Hello and welcome back to Crafted by Corie. If you're new, I'm Corie. Welcome to my channel. If you're returning, thank you as always for being here. I have tons of pumpkin projects, 46 to be exact. So let's go ahead and get right on into the crafting.
DIY number 1.
All right, I have a white styrofoam pumpkin from the Dollar Tree and my plaster chalk paint by Waverly, and I'm going to be giving this a couple of coats. But first, when I opened up my paint, I noticed that it was getting a little thick. I've had this for a couple of years, and over time the paint tends to dry out, so just added a little bit of water. I'm gonna shake it up really well and bring my paint right back to life. So as I mentioned, I'm just going to be giving this a couple of really good coats of paint, and once that is done, we'll be able to move on to decorating. I saw something online that I thought was really, really pretty, and it's what inspired me to do this. Gonna go ahead and peel that sticker off so I can paint the whole pumpkin. And if you have, I forgot about this part. So the stem, this is brushed gold by Folk Art, and just gonna give the little stem a paint of the gold. But as I was starting to say before, if you have little blingy strips that are single file lines, so to speak, this project would be a lot easier. I didn't have anything like that in my stash, so I am using these also from the Dollar Tree. I think it still came out really pretty, but they were definitely a little harder to work with because they're thicker. So the first thing I'm going to do is cover up that seam going around the pumpkin. If you use the orange or the black pumpkins from the Dollar Tree for this, they have the seams going down the sides rather than around the middle, and I find those a little bit easier to get rid of because you can actually sand those down and make them pretty much disappear. I didn't think that this would work as well because of all of the ridges in the pumpkin, and I don't know, there was just something different about the way that the pieces came together at that seam. So I opted to just cover it up with my little blingy strips here, and it worked out just fine. I did take away one of those little beads at the very tip, but didn't realize that it was sitting on basically an adhesive strip that's completely solid. So I ended up having to cut that out to allow me to join this strand with the first strand that I put down. So I'm just going to be able to butt it right up against there. I was just having trouble getting it lined up. And then I can continue on my way around the rest of the girth of the pumpkin. And when I get to the end, I'm going to do the same thing. I'll be trimming down. You can see how it's kind of rounded there at the starting point. So I'm going to be trimming it off in such a way that it curves around the starting point so that it looks, so it camouflages the seam. So it looks like it just continues on with no seam there. So once we have that down, I'm going to go ahead and use some more of the, I'm calling them bling strips for lack of a better term. I don't know what these are called, and I can't see the package on there, and I forgot to look at it before I threw it away. But I'm going to now come in and create a pattern. And this is where I was saying, if you have thinner strips to work with, it would be a little bit easier. I'm making it work by pulling on it relatively tight and kind of stretching the outer edge to come along with me as I curve it. So if you're working with straight lines, these are great, but a little bit more challenging when you are trying to do some curly cues with them like I'm doing here. I'm going to come in and do the same thing on this side of the pumpkin, and I end up doing a total of 3. So keeping in mind that I only had 3 of these strips left, I did make sure that I was kind of going in thirds around the pumpkin. And so just going to continue to pull and stretch and curve that around, and then I'll come in and do the same thing with the last strip. They weren't all completely uniform. I noticed that some curved around in curly cues more than others. But I think it made for a really pretty effect and a really pretty pattern in the end. This last one I ended up, because maybe I was trying to cover a little bit more area, perhaps. I'm not sure. Maybe I had not quite done it in thirds here, but because of the surface area I was trying to cover, I ended up not having it curly Q quite as much, but I did have that leftover piece from when I was wrapping it around the middle of the pumpkin that I was then able to go ahead and put down. So you can see I have kind of a white space there. So I'm going to notch out that little, sorry, I'm off camera there, but I'm basically notching out that little piece to allow it to butt up against the original one there. Excuse me. And just curving it around the rest of the way. And this is done. I think it turned out super sweet. It makes me think of Cinderella for some reason. I'm not really sure why. But leave me a comment. Let me know what you think of this one. DIY number 2. So this was my inspiration picture from Grandin Road. This is my Dollar Tree pumpkin and my napkin. This was so popular, you guys. It blew me away at how much you all enjoyed this project. So here we go with it again. So I thought I was going to use that folk art paint. Actually, I think I definitely did on the stem. I was trying to remember. I know I've had some mishaps with gold paint before, but I don't think this was the one. Like I said, my memory is failing me. So the folk art gold paint, acrylic paint, I painted the stem with that. I had used my Adirondack white for the base of the pumpkin, and now I'm just pulling my napkin apart. And you can do this with any kind of napkin. You just want to make sure that if it's a 3-ply or even a 2-ply, you just pull all the pieces apart. So now I am using a brush with just some water and tracing around the area where I want to cut out my pieces. It just makes it easier. This time I am using the gloss Mod Podge because I do want my pumpkin to be a little shiny. So I'm going to come in with some Mod Podge, and then I'm going to apply my little leaves and then coat the leaves again with some Mod Podge. And I do recommend tearing the napkin like I was doing before, as opposed to cutting the napkin out, because when you tear it, you get softer edges, and so it's less apparent that it's something that's been Mod Podged onto your surface. When you cut it, it tends to have a very distinct edge around each of your little pieces that you're Mod Podging. So that's just a trick that I picked up somewhere at some point. So I'm just going around the pumpkin. There's not really a rhyme or reason to what I'm doing as far as where I'm placing the various leaves. I'm just doing what looks nice to my eye. And you can put on as little or as much as you'd like. And like I said, I used these green leaves because I was going with my inspiration shot. By the way, I think that was like a $70 pumpkin or something that they wanted for that. So I was happy with my dollar pumpkin and my little napkin and my Mod Podge. So I thought it came out really super cute. DIY number 3. So I have a bunch of picks from the Dollar Tree. These are some things that Kim picked up for me. Very excited. And then I was also showing you this little, it looks like a double shot glass to me, but the Dollar Tree says it's a dessert cup. I think it came in a pack of 6, if I'm not mistaken. So I am taking one of them. I started to pull my black chalk paint, and then I decided on my Java. So this is Java by Home Decor. I just gave that one good coat of paint. And now I'm taking my little pumpkin. This is one of my larger pumpkin picks, and I cut down the little skewer a little bit, and then you saw me just pull off the stem. Now I'm using one of these other wired pumpkins. I pulled the stem off of that, started to cut that wire. I'm like, you know what, I'm not gonna ruin my scissors. Let's use my wire cutter. And I decided I wanted to make this little guy a different color. So I grabbed my plaster chalk paint by Waverly, and I gave it 2 coats of paint. Cut my little wire down a little bit more, and I'm sticking my little pumpkins together. So I just jammed that wire into where the stem had been originally. So easy peasy. Now I'm taking my smaller little pumpkin, and I'm gonna cut that stem down, not the stem, the pick part. I'm sticking that in again where the stem had been for the other pumpkin. So we're just making a cute little mini pumpkin topiary. I love this. So I've got a little tiny piece of floral foam from my stash. You know, even when you've got tiny pieces of stuff, you guys, save them for your minis because you never know what you're going to need. And then I am going to come in with some of my floral picks. I'm pulling them apart. They're kind of sticking up funny, and I've got to solve for that in a second. But I'm just trying to get a feel for whether these are even a little too large. I'm playing around with them, trying to decide which pieces I want to use. I really love these mini mums. I think they are so cute. And then I don't know what this other little flower is called, but it again is from the Dollar Tree, and you can see I'm trying to manipulate them, and I was having a little bit of a challenge with it, but never fear, because we figure it out, and I'll show you exactly what I did so that you struggle a little bit less than you see me doing with this project. So I did go ahead and try and tuck my pumpkin down on my stack of pumpkins, I should say, down on here in a second. Yeah, because I wanted to see just dimensionally, is that the word I want? I wanted to see whether it was just too big, and I decided, yeah, it really was. So see that little squiggly thing coming out of there? I decided I really like those little tendril things. Here's my fix. So I've got my my heat gun, and they are so, they're plastic, right? And there are no wires in there. So the heat gun melts them just enough, and you got to be careful not to melt them too much, because you'll melt them to the point that they just like come apart, like they break wherever you're trying to melt them and bend them. But if you heat them up just enough, you can bend them in the direction that you want them to go, and as they cool, they will stay that way, right? So that's what I'm doing here. I'm just getting them all kind of to relax down and kind of flow over the edge of our little topiary pot, for lack of a better term. Then you saw I just pulled the greenery off of those little yellow flowers, and I stuck my pumpkin stem right down through there, so they had a little base of greenery that's going to serve them well in a minute. Taking some floral moss. I've been making such a mess with the moss lately, you guys, but glued that down inside. And now I am going to start gluing in some of these flowers. I just found that it was easier to try to get the flowers in them and in there and glue them down before I put the pumpkins on. I had tried to put the pumpkins on and tried to see if I could tuck flowers in underneath it, and it just wasn't serving me well. I couldn't get the flowers to lay the way that I wanted them, and I did end up like here needing to use my heat gun some more to get them to relax and kind of flop over rather than stick straight up. And then every once in a while you'll see me, like I just did, testing my pumpkin and trying to see if it's to the point that I want it, or if I need to add in some more florals. So I just continued along that path until I got it to where I wanted it. And just used my hot glue gun. Now the hot glue, you do need to be careful with that also, especially on some of these that have more delicate stems, because it will also melt those little stems. So just be aware of that. So now I'm happy with it. Whoop, my little greenery fell off, but I had stuck some hot glue down in there, and now I'm tucking my pumpkin down in. So now it's where I want it pretty much. It did actually go in and put in one more flower. Used my little hot glue to assist me in getting it to where oh, nope, heat gun. I was wrong. I thought I went in with my my hot glue, but I used the heat gun again. So now I am using my gold marker from the Dollar Tree. If I had it to do again, I would have done this first. I don't know why I didn't do it first, because I did have every intention of doing this all along. So just make things easier for yourself and do your design before you put your florals and your pumpkin in. Obviously I have these in nice and secure, you can see, because I'm turning it sideways and it's not falling off. But I essentially, and I know it's hard to see right now, but I essentially did a squiggly line around the middle. You can see it a little bit better there. And then I put little leaves all along it. And now at the bottom, I'm just doing just a little stripe along the very bottom edge to give it a little bit more, I don't know, interest. And then I did go back and I gave my little vine with leaves another coat just to make it a little bit more visible. So you can see me doing that now. But you can put whatever design on here you want, and you can use whatever colors you want. Use your imagination and make it your own, and I would love to see what you make. So here it is, super cute. Let me know what you think. DIY number 4. All right, I have pumpkins, pumpkins, and more pumpkins. I was pulling off the stems for the ones that have removable stems. The white one has the stem built in, so that is going to be at the top of my topiary whenever I'm done. I was just trying to figure out what order I wanted my colors to go in. And then I've got a terracotta pot there that I'm going to be using as well. I am going to paint these, even though they're already different colors. I did want to paint them because I like that finish better than just the styrofoam. I think it gives it a little bit, it elevates it a little bit. I also am painting my terracotta pot in the black chalk paint. And the neat thing about terracotta, it dries super fast because the terracotta soaks up all of the moisture right out of the paint. It always amazes me. I love it. But this is pumpkin chalk paint by Waverly, and I am painting the white one that same color as well. You certainly could leave your white pumpkin white if you choose. What, you know, this is all for inspiration. So hopefully it gives you some ideas, and then you can evolve it to whatever you envision in your own mind's eye. I can't even tell if I'm talking straight anymore, but hopefully you get what I'm saying. This is all just for inspiration, ideas. I hope that you take these and run with them and make them your own, or feel free to copy it outright. I have no problem with that whatsoever. But I am using my little dauber with the pumpkin chalk paint. I somehow managed to get it completely evenly spaced. Don't know how I did that. Completely by accident and dumb luck. So could not have done that better if I had tried. All right, once everything was dry, I was ready to piece it together. And so again, just trying to see how I want to have it stacked, using some hot glue on the, I want to call it a vase. That is not a vase. That is a terracotta pot. So all along the rim, and then just making sure that the pumpkin is set and even and not tilted to a side. Now I am trying to figure out how I want to start in with my leaves. These are from the Dollar Tree. And I was thinking I could just kind of wedge them in between the pumpkins with them already stacked. But then I ultimately decided that I wanted to get them set up first and then put the pumpkin down on top of them. So I'm basically creating little L shapes in the bottoms of the picks and then sticking the end. Yeah, I don't even know how to describe it. So I'm tucking it down into the pumpkin. I'm bending it at a right angle and then pushing it down into the pumpkin to secure it. Once I had it the way I wanted it, lots of hot glue right there, and I'll set my pumpkin down on top. to kind of sandwich those picks in between the two pumpkins. And look how cute these leaves are with that little white pumpkin there and the little berries. Those are some of my favorite picks from the Dollar Tree. I just think that they're really super sweet. So now I'm going to start on my next layer. I'm going to do the exact same thing, get that all filled in. And again, if you don't like the white leaves, grab the orange leaves, or I think they've got cranberry colored leaves. I think they've got like mossy green colored leaves too. So, or you don't have to use leaves. You can use flowers. I've done topiaries with flowers as well. But I'm just dropping a few other leaves right at the top of the stem of my pumpkin right now. Just 3 little leaves. And then I'm gonna grab out this wire. It's like paper covered wire, paper wrapped wire. I don't know how to describe it other than to say that, but it's from Amazon. I am going to use it again in another project, and you're going to get to see it a little bit better. I didn't do a good job of showing you what I was using here, but I just twisted it up to make the little tendrils, and that's going to do it for this. Let me know what you think. DIY number 5. This is my inspiration picture, also from the Hobby Lobby. This is my first time trying watercolors, you guys. So this is a little watercolor paper pack that I picked up, I believe from Michael's for $7.99. I was showing you my Dollar Tree tempera watercolors. Now, I looked these up online, and I did see a YouTube video of a gentleman who happens to be an art teacher from what I gathered, and I will link his video in my description box as well, because he talked a little bit more about the paints, and he explained that tempera and watercolors are usually 2 different things. They are not normally one and the same. So I was gonna go ahead and give these a try anyway. I am just blending out all of my colors. So I wanted to make sure I had an orange, I wanted a couple of different shades of green, I wanted a purple, I wanted a kind of a grayish blue, and I wanted a cranberry color. And so as I was blending these together, I used more or less of the different colors to get to the shades that I wanted. And then you're gonna see in just a second, I'm actually gonna start blending some of these colors together to get them to the tones that I wanted. I wanted more muted fall tones rather than that bright orange that I had there before. And then I did go back and I added in some white to some of these shades just to get them to the tones that I wanted. So then I went ahead and I just went for it, you guys. So I started with my orange, with my pumpkin, and you might see me reaching forward to wake up my little phone because I am using that inspiration picture to kind of give me an idea of where I want to place things and the colors that I want to be using and all of that fun stuff. Now I am speeding this up quite a bit. It's at about 6.5 times regular speed. So please know I do not paint this quickly. Like I said, this is my first attempt at using watercolor, although I acknowledge these aren't exactly watercolors. I did enjoy working with them. The tempera paint is, and I did add a lot of water to these. So in some instances, I got them to be a little bit more translucent, like real watercolors would be, but they were a little bit, I don't know, can you say the color is thicker? Hopefully I'm making sense. A little bit less transparent, perhaps, is a better way to describe it. But I did go ahead and continue through with the various colors. I did notice that when I used a single color on its own, it tended to look a little bit flat. So you will see me coming in here from time to time and using different colors on top of the color that I've already laid down. And I was just trying to give the image a little bit more dimension. So hopefully I've got this going at a speed that isn't going to bore you to tears, but at the same time is allowing you to see exactly what it was that I was doing. And this is the sort of project that you can really make your own. You can use completely different colors. You can use a completely different design, anything that you see in a magazine or, you know, in another store. You know, the sky is the limit. Whatever your imagination leads you to is just going to be fantastic. As I said, this is my first time using watercolor. You all who have been following me for a while know I always claim that I am not a painter. If I can do this, you can do this. I don't know. I guess maybe I do have a little bit of an eye for color, which might help me here and there, but sincerely, if you've never tried this before, I encourage you to give it a shot, because what's the worst thing that can happen, right? And I am fairly certain that you'll have a lot of fun with it. So while I continue to work my way through the painting here, I just wanted to thank everybody for your continued support. I sincerely appreciate all of the well wishes that you all have been extending my way after I announced that I'd gotten married last week. So thank you so much. I only do have 3 projects for you today. I honestly wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to get this video done in time, because I live in New Jersey, and if you've been watching the news, we got hit pretty hard with Ida after it kind of did its job on the south. So my heart goes out to everyone who was in the path of the storm. Here in New Jersey, we did lose power in my town for just shy of 24 hours, and we weren't expecting to get the power back on as quickly as we did. So my sincere thanks to all of the people that are out there repairing power lines and helping to put things right and assisting people with flooding. I was very fortunate personally that my home is in a higher area where we didn't have flooding, but just down the hill from where I live in the town proper in Lambertville, there was significant flooding, and we know a lot of people who are out of homes. It's absolutely devastating. So please keep everyone in your thoughts. I know that a lot of people have been impacted by major storms, not just this past week, but in recent months as well. And my heart goes out to every single one of you. I just hope that you're all staying safe and taking care of one another. So we are coming up on the finishing touches of the painting here, and once I had that all done, I did make sure that I went ahead and signed my art. I guess I haven't quite gotten to that point here, but some of you have been very kind in reminding me that you always want to sign your artwork, so make sure that you do that. And just added some extra finishing touches to some of the colors as well. And I hope that you'll forgive me if my voiceover here isn't exactly lined up with what you're seeing on the screen. I found that due to the fact that I had sped it up so much because I wanted to be able to get through this while allowing you to see what I did, my software couldn't keep up very well, and so my video kept freezing, because what I do is I watch my video and I talk to you about my video to create my voiceover so that I can see what it is that I am saying, and I don't know. That's what I normally do. So now I am seeing myself write my name. Hopefully that's what you just saw me doing. If this is a little out of sync, I hope that you'll forgive me and know that I'm doing my best to keep everything together here for you so that it makes sense. So just a few more finishing touches, I think, here, and then we're going to be moving on to framing it up and getting it ready to display. So as I was wrapping things up here, I guess what is it that I want to say? So I did let it dry completely before I moved on to the next step. So, oh, yes, and I forgot about this part. So I did wait for it to dry, and if I'm honest, I used my heat gun, so I helped it to dry. And then I was trying to figure out where I was going to put my thankful. Obviously, I had painted too much down below, so I had to adjust vis-a-vis the inspiration picture, and I'm penciling it in up top. Once I had that all penciled in and looking the way I wanted it, I came in with my rose gold marker that I had picked up from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just tracing over my lines. I didn't trust myself to do it just freehand because I didn't want to ruin my, my watercolor painting. I was a little proud of myself with my first attempt. Is it perfect? No. Is it fine art? No. But you know what? I actually am really loving this. So it makes my heart happy. And you know what? That's the most important thing with crafting, because we do it for the fun of it, right? So do what makes your heart happy. You can see me doing my faux calligraphy, just making the downstrokes thicker, and now we are ready to frame it. So I have some scrapbook paper here, and I have a frame in my stash that my sister had given me. And I am going to pull out that cardboard and use it to help measure my scrapbook paper. Now, it was a little short on the sides, so I'm just using that extra piece. I'm going to trim it down to the same height as the other piece, and then I'm just going to split it in half so that I can use a little strip of it on either side, because I want it to be symmetric, just in case you can see that it's not one solid piece. But quite honestly, I thought it ended up blending quite well. So once I had it all cut down, I went ahead and flipped it all over, and I'm lining everything up so that I can just secure it with a little bit of Scotch tape, because I don't want it to slip around inside the frame. So making sure it's all lined up, just one little piece of Scotch tape, and there we go. Just so it's tacked down, so it's not going to go anywhere. And then I'm going to go ahead and center my little piece of art. I'm going to use a little bit of tape on the back of it, just kind of rolled that up so that it made like a double-sided kind of tape, and tacked that down as well. Pop it into my frame, and that's it. So easy to make it look really pretty when it's all done. And there it is. And I'm admiring it there for a second. I love this. Oh, makes my heart happy. Let me know what you think in the comments. DIY number 6. All right, I have a couple of planters, and then I have this curtain rod, finial, I think it's what it's called. I got this, it was a set of 2, and I got them on clearance, 70% off the lowest price, so it ended up being like $1.50 for the 2 of them. So really fantastic price. I've had it in my stash for a while, and I am using my hot glue gun to melt a hole in the middle of the bottom of the one bucket. I did try on the other one. I tried putting a nail through it, and I ended up splitting the bottom of the bucket, so I don't recommend that. I think you definitely need to melt it. And I created a hole that actually ended up being just perfect for the finial to be screwed into. I first thought I might need to use the washer and the bolt that came with it, but it turned out I didn't need them at all. In hindsight, maybe I should have gone ahead and used them anyway, just to make sure that eventually it doesn't fall apart, but it's all right. I went with it and worked with it, and I'm gonna screw it off right now because I want to paint this in just a minute. So I don't want to get paint on my finial, so I'm just gonna set that aside. And apparently I had a lot of cleaning up to do on the top of that bucket. So I'm just lining it up, and I'm going to be dropping a generous bead of hot glue just on the inner edge of my one planter. My thought here is to work quickly, and then when I place it down on top of the other one, to have it kind of ooze down into the second planter so that it seals it, basically. It wasn't 100% successful, but I'm also trying to make sure I have all of the lines on the planters lining up here, because I want them to look like the little bumps, I guess. Not bumps, but you know how a pumpkin is with where it's got the, what do you call those indentations along the edges of the pumpkin? I don't even know what they're called, but that's what I'm going for here. So in these areas where I had the glue cooled before I could get this sealed, I'm just going back in and adding a little bit more glue. It is oozing out a little bit, so I grabbed a popsicle stick and just scraped it away. It did end up smearing it a little bit on the outside of the planter, so I rubbed it down with my fingers, and then once it was all cool, I did grab a sanding block and I just sanded away the excess hot glue, and that worked out just fine. So as I mentioned, I was going to paint this. This is my pumpkin chalk paint by Waverly, and I just gave it one good coat of chalk paint all over the entire piece. And once that was all dry, or at least largely dry, yep, here we go, just painting the rest of it here. But once that was pretty much dry, I had a couple of spots that were still drying, but I went ahead and added my finial back to the top for my little pumpkin stem. And this is a paper wrapped wire that I've been using in some of my projects. I'd gotten it off of Amazon, and I just did a little bit of a length. I'm going to be making our little pumpkin, what do they call those? The little squiggly things come off the pumpkin. So I tucked it under the finial and tightened it up the rest of the way. You might have noticed that I just scraped off a little bit of the paint by accident, so I'll get that touched up in a second. But for the time being, I'm just kind of creating my little finial, not finials, squigglies. I do know what those are called, and right now it's escaping me, but touching up the area where I had scratched the paint off. And once that was all good, I went into my stash and grabbed some little greenery pieces that I had left over. This one was 3 little leaves that had a hole in the center, so I just kind of threaded that down over the one little tendril. Maybe that's the word I was looking for. And secured it with some hot glue at the base. And then those other little leaves, I am going to actually, they have little hole, not hole, well, yeah, it's a hole. It's like a little tubular thing at the end where they had been on the picks, and I just pulled them off. So I'm just slicing away the back half of that part, and I'm able to kind of lay it down. You can kind of see it's like a little boat shape there. And I'm laying it right down over the tendril, and it looks like it's growing out of this piece of the wire. I don't know. I thought it was really cool, actually, the way it worked out. So I'm just gonna cut the back side off of it. There was a little thing at the end there that I wanted to trim off too, but then I was having trouble with these large scissors, so I ended up going in and grabbing my little tiny Cricut scissors. And I apologize because I know I'm out of frame here, but just basically cutting open the back side of that and making room for it to settle down onto the wire, essentially. So I'm going to zoom in here in just a second so you can see it better, but I just added a little bit of glue, setting it down on the wire, the paper wrapped wire, and I'm just going to hold it there until the glue has had a chance to cool down. So hopefully you can see what I'm talking about there. And then I'm just going to continue doing that with the last 2. As I was doing this third one, my plan is to do it to the very tip of the tendril. And as I was applying it, I thought, you know what? I might have been able to just slide it right onto the end of that wire and not have to bother with cutting it. And so I tested it out with the last one. Sorry, the other leaf is in the way, but it actually fit perfectly on there. So I just dipped a little bit of hot glue on the end and was able to slide it right on. I didn't have to cut that one at all.
DIY number 7.
So for this, I had thrifted some items. These are from the Goodwill. You can see I got this for 99 cents. It was like a pottery piece. And this one had, again, 99 cents. It just had a shape to it that made me think of a pumpkin. And so I was like, this is perfect. So I'm using my home decor chalk paint, and that is sheepskin. And then I'm using my Waverly chalk paint and celery for this. So I'm just going to get everything nice and cleaned up, get my stickers off. I'll give it all a good wipe down. I've got my little baby wipes there that I love to use for my projects just to keep things clean. And I also use it for wrapping up my paintbrushes. That was a trick that I learned from Heidi Somble. Just if you are going to be reusing a paintbrush and you're just waiting for coats of paint to dry, for instance, you can wrap up your paintbrushes in a little baby wipe and it keeps it nice and moist until you are ready to put on your next coat. I just thought that was a neat trick. Otherwise, you can always wrap it up in cellophane. That's another thing that I've done in the past, is just use cellophane. So here I'm coming in with the sheepskin chalk paint. I love this color, you guys. It's a really nice cream color. And this is by Folk Art. It's their home decor chalk paint. Here you go. I'm wrapping up my paintbrush as I was talking about. So I'm going to let that dry. And while that's drying, I'm going to use the celery on my little, well, I'm just going to call it a pumpkin because that's what I've decided that it is, or a gourd. I guess it could be considered a gourd since I'm painting it green. And I ended up giving each of these pieces, I believe it was 3 coats total. And of course I used my heat gun in between because no patience for waiting for paint to dry. But once those were all covered the way that I wanted, I thought maybe I would come in with a little trim at the bottom of this, and quickly decided that I didn't like it. So I was kind of like, let's get rid of that, and we'll just cover it back up with the sheepskin again. I just wasn't a fan. I thought I might like a nice little edge on it to match what is going to be the top, but I don't know, it was feeling very 80s to me. I grew up in the 80s, and it was just reminding me of my mom's false craft pattern that she had for some reason, I don't know. But I did decide to come in with the sheepskin on the celery and just do some dry brushing on that to give that a little bit more texture and interest. So that's what I did there, and that helped to tie the pieces together really nicely. So now I'm coming in with this ribbon. It's definitely not a burlap, but it makes me think of that for some reason. It's got a lot of gold running through it. This is a ribbon I'd gotten from Costco last Christmas, or maybe a couple of Christmases ago. I just love the Costco ribbon. I think it's such a great deal. You get 30 yards for something like $7. It's amazing. So if you have a Costco or a Sam's Club or a BJ's, I think they all probably carry ribbon around this time of year, so be on the lookout for it because it's usually a really good deal, and they've got really nice ribbon. So there's my little ribbon. I love this piece, absolutely in love with it. And so I've got my little pedestal, my little pumpkin, and I'll be putting some flowers in it that you'll see in the little ensemble that I'll show you in a little bit.
DIY number 8.
All right, this came from a Michael's grab box, if you can believe it. and it was super cute already as it was. But you know, this is a crafting channel, so I'm going to craft with it, and we're going to just give it a little bit of a makeover. It is a natural wood that I'm painting right now, so part of me was loath to do it. And I do actually like the darker green that you see around the edges, but they were having a little bit of an issue with some bleed through. I don't know if you can see that right there at the top that I'm painting over now, but I don't know if it was pine, I don't know, glue, something was going on with it. It definitely had an imperfection. So I opted to paint that, but then my sign kind of got really dull looking. So I decided to give that a coat of the white chalk paint. And I was excited to do this because I do like to give thanks, and I didn't want to lose that. And it occurred to me that if I painted just a single coat of the Adirondack white chalk paint, I might still be able to see that wording, which I can. I don't know how well you can tell here on screen, but in person I was able to see it sufficiently well to use it for tracing. So I'm going to be able to hand letter it and have it look exactly like it did before, because I'm going to be able to trace right over those letters. So it was perfect. So right now I'm just trying to figure out which of my orange chalk paint markers I want to use. The first one was actually called orange. I think that second one was called saffron, and the third one was tangerine. And I was afraid that the saffron might be too fluorescent, but it was more like a pumpkin color. And I actually started leaning towards using that, but then I decided I wanted something a little bit brighter, so I went with orange. To be honest, I didn't see a difference in color between the orange and the tangerine, but hey. So I was just showing you that was the dull point of my Arteza paint marker, and now I've got my pointy point, my fine point. The Arteza markers always come with those tweezers to help you pull out the tips, so it is a thing with them. They also actually send you a chisel tip as well, so you've got a lot of different options with these paint markers. I really love them, but I am just taking my time and tracing over this. Keep in mind this is sped up about 2.5 times, so I was going 2.5 times slower than what it actually appears I am doing, and already you can tell I was going pretty slow, right? So just take your time, be patient, and you can do this. And if you have something that even if you print it out on a computer, and I was thinking about this could be like a little hack, right? Tape it down with something and then you can trace over it, paint over it, trace over it. I don't know. But now I have this other stuff from the Dollar Tree. I call it stuff because I don't honestly know what it's called. I don't know if this is considered a ribbon. It's somewhere between a tool. It's not anything like deco mesh. It's like a sheer ribbon with this metallic print on it. I don't know. It's pretty. So I was thinking this might be 10 inches. I got out my ruler to measure. No, it was more like 12, so 10 and 2. So I had the thought of creating some sort of a messy bow to put on top of my project. So that was kind of the line of thinking I had as I was doing this. I didn't have a lot of different ribbons that I really wanted to use. I wanted it to be a little bit more rustic, but the original sheer stuff, that whatever that is, definitely isn't rustic, right? So I am taking a burlap ribbon and trimming down the wire again, and I'm going to layer that with my sheer stuff. And I'm going to just create a quasi messy bow. It's not super messy, but it's pretty, I don't know. It was what I came up with. I'm sure that you probably have some really good ideas of what you could do with this as well. I would love for you to leave me a comment with your suggestions on what you think I might have done. Oh, and this is that paper covered wire that I was talking about, so you can see it a little bit better in this shot. This is the same stuff that I used for the tendrils on the last project, and if I didn't mention it before, I had gotten that from Amazon, and it should be in my Amazon store. It also comes in a natural tone, so I have it in natural as well. And now I'm just going to trim down all of my ribbons by dovetailing them. I just don't want them hanging way over the edges of my project. So I always tend to start with ribbon that's a little bit longer than what I need, because I figure I can always take more off. I cannot put it back on once it's cut. So that is the method to my madness. So just going to continue to get all of my edges dovetailed and ready to adhere to the top of the project. So I've got the left side done. I'll go ahead and do the same exact thing on the right. So you can see on the left how it's already starting to shape up. And here it is all done. So once I figure out how I want it positioned, I'll be able to go ahead and secure it with my hot glue. So just gonna put some generous glue down if I can get it to come out of the gun. There we go. And then I'll set the ribbon down with the knot, so to speak, right smack in the middle of the glue. And once I have that nice and set, I can start working on my little tendrils. And you can see how easy this stuff is to work with. I mean, it just twists right up and bends whatever way I need it to, without a lot of force. So if you have hands that aren't quite as strong, or you are dealing with arthritis, it's still a really easy product to work with. Now, I was looking at it, I thought originally I was going to be done, but when I kind of took a step back and looked at it, it felt like it needed something more on the top. It just wasn't quite finished. So I've got these little mini mums that I am applying. I had pulled the little buds off of their stems, and I'm just tucking them down around what would be the knot of my bow with some hot glue, and just tucking them in until it looks like I've got a sufficient number to my eye. But you do you. This is all just for inspiration, and I hope that you'll find some and run with it and create your own amazing projects, or as I've said in the past, steal the ideas completely. I'm really good with that. But tucking some in at the back so that the back looks finished and complete as well. And that's going to be about it. I hope that you enjoyed these projects. Let me know what you think. Yeah, it was $12.99 originally, but it was in the Michael's grab box, so I might have paid $1 for it. But let me know what you think.
DIY number 9.
So for this, I've got a couple of signs from the Dollar Tree, as well as some fabric from the Dollar Tree. I thought this was super cute. This is from Crafter Square, and it's the buffalo check, or the gingham check. And then I'm also going to be using some white, Adirondack white chalk paint. So I'm just going to take all of the little embellishments off of my signs, and I used my my heat gun to just heat that up a little bit, because the hot glue, I was like, where did that go? The hot glue was just really holding it, and there it is. It just flipped right underneath that other sign. So anyway, I started to try and sand down the surface, and then realized I could pull up the burlap that they had on this sign, and so I just pulled that right off. I did that on both signs, and then I just set that aside. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to use that for another project or not. I was hopeful that at some point I might have an idea for it, but I haven't come up with something just yet, so we'll see. But I am using my parchment paper that I love, also from the Dollar Tree. They've got these pop-up sheets of parchment paper, and I use it a lot for paint, because my paint doesn't stick to it when I use it as something to set painted items on. But right now I'm just using it for a pattern. So I just used my fingertips and rubbed all the way around. I know you can't really see very well there, but it gave it enough of a crease for me to see where I needed to cut. So now I'm taking my pattern. I had made sure that it was all good on my sign, but now I am taking it on my fabric, and I'm just using a pen, you guys. This is not necessarily the best way to do this. Usually sewers will use chalk to mark their pattern on fabric, but I was just using a pen because I figured I'd be cutting just inside the pen marks and it would be fine. So then I'm going to be securing my fabric to my sign, but not just yet apparently. I'm trying to remember what order I did this in. It's been a few weeks. So I do come in with my chalk paint, my white Adirondack chalk paint, and I'm going to give this a nice coat, and I'm going to do that for both signs. Oh, and you know what? I think what I did was I coated this first because I wanted it to be nice for the fabric. That's what it was. So I coated both sides of these, and then afterwards I ended up adhering the fabric to my sign because I didn't want any of what was originally there to show through the fabric, because we do have those white checks within the buffalo fabric, and so it stood to reason that it might show through. So here I'm just cutting out my vinyl for the projects on my Silhouette Cameo, and you can see I'm using the black, the green, and the orange, and this is what I pulled together for these. So now I've got my fabric, I've got my little decals that I'm going to be applying, and I was pretty proud of these. So first I decided I was going to use my bare wax in dark, and I was just going to come through here and just tone down the white a little bit. I felt like the white was a little bit too stark for the fall, so I just wanted to kind of bring in some warmth. And I had given a little bit more attention here to the stems, but then I ultimately decided to cover that up with some jute cord, so you'll see that in just a little bit. So I'm going ahead and applying my Hello Fall to the one pumpkin. I'll burnish that and get that on secured, and then my pumpkin spice makes everything nice. I love that. I think that's so sweet. So now on the opposite side, I'm going to go ahead and come in and apply my fabric using Mod Podge. This is the matte Mod Podge. It probably doesn't matter which Mod Podge you use for this, because it's going to be, you know, the fabric over top of it. So just making sure I get that all nice and secured. And did I go over it with Mod Podge again? I'm trying to remember, you guys. My memory is terrible. I did. So if you don't want it to be shiny, you probably do want to come back in with the matte Mod Podge. You certainly could go over it with a glossy Mod Podge. It would just give it a little bit more of a sheen. And now that I recall, I just wanted to make sure that it was going to still maintain that fabric kind of duller finish. And I did Mod Podge the front as well, just to seal it all in. So here I'm coming in with my jute cord that I mentioned before, and this is from Walmart. And I'm going to wrap the edges, and I'm going to go around twice to wrap the edges with the jute cord for each sign. I just wanted to have a nice finished edge, and it was going to help with the transition between the fabric on the one side and then my design on the other side. And I love these because they're reversible. So right now I've had them up on my mantle, and I can flip them back and forth if I want to. I have the words showing right now, but you could also certainly put these on a table, and then obviously they're reversible, so you would have the different designs on either side. You can mix and match them as far as having the fabric showing on one side and the words on, you know, the other. Like, I'm not making any sense right now, but basically you could show the fabric on one and the words on the other together. That's what I was trying to say. And so I don't know, it just gives you a little bit of versatility. Sorry, it's late at night when I'm doing this voiceover, and my brain is a little fried. But as you can see, I'm coming back in and doing the jute cord up the stem and just making sure I've got that nice and secure. And you know, when I do stuff like this for the first time, obviously I'm just trying to figure it out. I did do it differently on the second sign, and I feel like the second time around was much easier and probably looked nicer because I had just kind of figured out a better way to do it. So I had wrapped it all the way up and then all the way back down my stem to meet up my two ends so I could tie this cute little bow. And then I like to finish off my jute cord with little knots at the ends. So isn't that sweet? I really do love these, you guys. I think they're super cute. So coming in for the second one, you can see whereas I started at the top on the first one, I'm starting at the base for the second one. And I didn't cut the jute cord as many times as I had on the first one. I started at the base, I wrapped it around, I just kept right on going. So it was one continuous strand all the way. But leave me a comment and let me know what you think of these projects. Is this something that you think you would try at home? So there I did go ahead and cut off the jute cord, and I'm wrapping my stem. And because I'd gone all the way around, including the top before, it just made it a little bit easier to apply my stem this time. Tying off the knots at the ends of my little bow, and there you have it. Pumpkin spice mix.
DIY number 10.
All right, this is a little give thanks cutout. This was from a little pack of, I think there were 5 or 6 of them in there that I got from the Dollar Tree. I also have this old calendar that I'm going to steal some of that sunset shading and coloring from. I've got a Dollar Tree frame right there, and then that other piece of cardstock is also from the Dollar Tree. I think it came in a pack of 3 sheets, something like that. So I decided I didn't want to waste too much of my parchment paper on this little give thanks sign. So I tore a corner out, and now I'm going to use my Java chalk paint to just give one good coat of paint to my give thanks sign. And I am dog sitting my sister's pup, who happens to be Sammy's brother, and they're kind of walking around all over the place at the moment. So I apologize for any background noise and the rattling of Sammy's collar and their little nails on my floor. We do what we can. But I've taken the frame apart. I noticed that this corner was starting to come apart a little bit, so I'm just giving it a little bit of help with some hot glue, just making sure that that's nice and secure before we move on. And then I decided that I wanted to paint this the same color as the give thanks. I don't know, I just wanted it to all be kind of uniform, and the color was kind of coming off in a couple of areas, so it had some like little ivory marks on it, and I just wanted it to be nice and clean and complimentary. Then you might have seen me with the insert from the frame. I was cutting out the cardstock so that it's going to be the same size to fit inside the frame. And now I've got the cover from the other calendar. And the reason I cut off the sunrise sunset, it wasn't because the color was going to be in the way, but there was it was a little bit embossed. So it was throwing it was marking the other side, and I wanted to make sure I'd steered clear of those marks. Now I know it's really hard to see on the video for whatever reason. I could see the pencil lines just fine in person, but I essentially drew a pumpkin that I am now cutting out. And then I'm going to do the same thing on the darker orange area and draw more of a taller pumpkin. So I've got my little squat pumpkin, and now I've got a taller pumpkin, and just going to go ahead and cut that one out as well. Little puppy nails clicking on the floor. Once I had that all cut out, I kind of took a look to see what they were going to look like side by side. Okay, I'm not sure why I'm taking so much time here. Looking at them side by side, I did trim down that little stem a little bit more. I decided I wanted the taller one on the left, but my colors aren't matching up. Well, they are matching up, but too closely. I want that yellow on the left side of my squat pumpkin. So what do? I cut out another pumpkin. I also decided I might want it a little bit shorter. So I'm just kind of taking a look at where I want it to land with my larger pumpkin. And the reason that I did this and that I wanted the yellow on the left side was just to give it a little bit more dimension, a little bit more definition, so that you could tell 100% the difference between the two little pumpkins. So I went ahead and got that cut out. And then I was going to use my Java chalk paint once again to paint the little stems. You'll see that in a second. I'm not sure why I felt a need to show you so much of me cutting these pumpkins. But again, this is such a simple, easy thing to do. Anybody can do this. Honestly, anybody can do it. So just using a little brush, I ended up having to give it a couple of coats of the chalk paint because the paper is a little bit slick. It has a gloss coating on it, and so the paint wasn't sticking as well as it might to a matte finish. So anyway, it all worked out well, and now I'm going to get them all lined up. I have my little double-sided puffy tape. I'm not even sure what you call this, but it's double-sided puffy kind of adhesive. So going to apply some of that to each of my pumpkins and then apply them to my cardstock that I had trimmed down to be the right size for the frame. Just removing the film off of the back side of it, setting that down, and then trying to figure out where I want this so I know where to stick those little things, because I don't want them to interfere with the other pumpkin. I don't want it to, I want it to be the same level because I need to be able to fit it into the frame. If it were more like a shadow box, then maybe I would do an extra high layer of the, I don't know if I'm making any sense. I might have let it stick up off of the first pumpkin. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying, but I need to keep it relatively flat. And now I'm going to go ahead and add my give thanks. This is a little bit minimalistic, but I love this piece. Now, if you find that it is too simple a design, you can certainly add a bunch more pumpkins. You could add some scroll work design to it. You could, if you have pretty stamps, you could use stamps to create additional design on here, whatever makes your eyes happy. But I opted for minimal. So just use some hot glue, secured my give thanks, and I'm going to pop it into the frame. And that is really going to be it for this one. Just making sure I've got everything nice and secured. And again, this is for inspiration. You do you. Do what makes your heart happy. But I love this piece. I hope you do too. Let me know what you think in the comments.
DIY number 11.
So this is a Dollar Tree foam pumpkin. I've got my crystal Waverly chalk paint, and I am going to be cutting into this carvable pumpkin. I think I've seen Jessica Lynn from Jessica Lynn at Home do something similar. I think she did an arrangement like this last year. I think it was Jessica, but I might be mistaken. So, and if you are not familiar with her, you will want to check her out. She is fantastic. But I'm just prepping my pumpkin Probably could have done that more safely, so just be careful if you're going to carve these things. Giving it 2 good coats of my crystal chalk paint and getting it all set. Once it's dry, I've got my Dollar Tree picks that I'm going to use, as well as a pool noodle, and I'm just going to cut off a little section of the pool noodle to use as floral foam. It is denser than floral foam. It's a little harder to work with, but it's definitely doable and more economical because you get a lot more of it for $1. So using a whole bunch of hot glue, I'm going to secure that down into the bottom of my pumpkin shell, and now I'm going to come in with my picks. And if you've watched my channel for any amount of time, you know I love to cut apart my picks. I just find that it's easier to work with them, and I can kind of get them to do more of what I want if I'm working with them in smaller pieces. So I'm working around the very base of the edge of my pumpkin vase, if you will. And so I'm starting out with all these cute little leaves. I found these when I was at Dollar Tree with my friend Devin, Freckled Mom. I was up in Boston on vacation, and she and I got together because she lives in that area. It was so fun to meet her, and we were so excited to see these little leaves. That was where we found them. And I'll be doing a haul at some point with all of the goodies that I found while I was up there. But for now, I'm going to use them in my project. So I've also got these blue hydrangeas that I'm tucking in. And I am starting from the outside and working my way in. And as I go, I'm also going to be building up the center. So starting low at the edges and then working my way in and building it up taller at the middle. So that's where I'm starting to build this a little bit here with some more of the leaves. And then I'll go ahead and layer in some more of the hydrangea. And again, this is something where you can use whatever colors you want. If you are not into the blues and the whites, you could totally use regular traditional fall colors. You can use whatever flowers you want. The only limit is your imagination, right? So please take this as inspiration and create something that is going to make your heart happy. I'm now using these little flocked balls to add a little bit more interest. I think they are so cute. I heard Sammy from Unicorn Dust Designs talking about them, and I was so excited when I saw them up in New England, so I had to grab them. I just think that they are so cute. And I think the tag said flocked balls. I don't know if that's the technical term for them. I don't know what exactly they are supposed to be, but I think they are super fun and super cute. And so I decided to pop them in here and go with it. And you'll notice that the greenery on the stems, I do slide that up. I like to keep a lot of the leaves and the greenery on at times, just to kind of give it a little bit more fullness and just a little bit more dimension. So I'll just slide those up a little bit to help the arrangement. And there you go. There she is. I love this, and I hope you do too.
DIY number 12.
All right, these pumpkins are something that I had done either last year or the year before. I honestly don't remember, but it was like this ombre pumpkin project. I'm going to be repurposing them, painting them with my pumpkin orange chalk paint by Waverly, and just making sure that they are going to stack without an issue when I'm done with the paint. So going to give them a good coat. I had to give the dark blue pumpkin a little bit more paint than the other two, just because it took a little bit more to cover it. But once I had those all painted, I was going to be able to stack them. So I kind of rushed through the process here for you. But using my heat gun to get them nice and dry, I'm going to just stack them again, but this time using my hot glue. So grabbing my gun and going to put a pretty liberal amount. I think I went around it twice here. Yep. So a liberal amount of glue right around that edge and dropping it down on top of the other pumpkin. And then I'll do the same thing with the third one. You can tell the paint's still a little bit damp on the bottom there, but that's what the parchment paper is for, right? And I wasn't too concerned because obviously these are all the same color. So not going to be smudging paint onto a surface that's going to get messed up. Once I had those all secured, I'm going to be ready for my next step. I'm just making sure that it's nice and even, I guess, level. I don't know. I think you understand what I'm saying. Anyway, this is now my Java chalk paint that I'm using on the stem. I had originally painted those gold in the last time that I used these pumpkins, but this time I just opted for the brown. You can use whatever color you would like. And now I'm just going to use a regular old Sharpie and going to draw on jack-o'-lantern face shapes to my pumpkins. So I'm kind of thinking of this as I would if I were actually carving a pumpkin, and it's been a really long time since I actually carved a pumpkin. So I was having to think about what I was doing here, and I actually ended up messing up the mouth based on what I was looking to do, because I forgot once it's cut, it's cut. You know, there's no going back and putting the pumpkin back together again. So just keep that in mind, that you want to make sure you're leaving your blank space, so to speak, where you want everything to not be black. I'm not explaining this very well at all, but hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say. So I just took my time and I drew out the shapes and then just went back and filled them in, as you can see here. I did a different type of face for each of my pumpkins. You can make these scary, you can make them funny, you can make them cute. I opted for more of the cute and funny option versus making them too scary. I actually kept them fairly simple here, but you can make them as intricate as you would like. So this last little guy, I finally remembered what I was doing with wanting to have eyeballs and things of that nature. So he was a little bit better. But let me know what you think of this little thing.
DIY number 13.
So I have my gold Sharpie paint pen again, another Dollar Tree pumpkin. I've got my sheepskin chalk paint from Home Decor. This is Imperial Red. And then I have my, I'm trying to remember, I think that was either black or Java. You guys, I'm trying to remember what project this was. I think I'm losing my mind. It's so late. Okay, so what are we doing? What are we making? All right, so I'm coming in with my sheepskin chalk paint and giving this a nice coat all over. Oh, I know what I was doing. This is my Mackenzie Childs project. And I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember what her name was originally, or what the designer's name was originally. So I'm coming in with my gold paint marker, and I am going to be drawing a grid here. And that was black chalk paint that I showed you before, but I ended up not using black. I ended up using Java instead, because I wanted to create a burgundy color to use for my checker pattern on this. And I decided that the chocolate brown, the Java color, was going to help me get there with the red a little bit better than adding black. And there you go, Mackenzie Childs. I pulled this from my other video, you guys, and I don't know how to remove that. So it was, I hadn't been able to remember what the name was when I first did this video. So then I remembered what it was, and yeah. So I am just creating my pattern on this. I did have somebody ask me if you need an odd or an even number of bumps, if you will, or, you know, to make your checkered pattern, and it is an even number that you need. So you want an even number. And I was just double checking myself there to make sure that I had what I needed. So here I'm showing you putting the black aside, pulling out the Java. I'm going to mix together my red with a little bit of the brown and create the burgundy color that I'm hoping for. I want to just thank all of you for watching and continuing to support me and my channel. I just absolutely adore you guys. I love interacting with you. I appreciate all of the comments. I do my best to respond to every single comment that you guys make, you know, on the videos. And just also want to remind you that if you create any of these projects and if you'd like to send them my way, feel free to email me at craftedbycorie@gmail.com, and because I love seeing what you make. And it actually inspires me as well. And it makes my day when I see something pop up in my inbox with one of your projects. You can also share it with me on Instagram. Just tag me on Instagram, also at craftedbycorie. And if you'd like for me to share your project in an upcoming video, just give me that permission. Let me know that that's what you'd like me to do. You don't have to. If you're not comfortable having me share it and you just want to share it with me for my eyes only, that's fine too. But do make sure that you give me permission if you'd like for me to share it, and just explicitly let me know that you would like for me to share it, because I'm not comfortable putting your work out there unless I have your permission. So I will not put your work out there unless you explicitly tell me, hey, yes, please go ahead and share this. I would love for you to share it. So here we are with the checker pattern starting to come together, and there it is once it's all done. So now I'm going to come in back with the gold paint marker again, and I'm going to outline all of my checkers. But please do leave me a comment and let me know what you think of the videos, and let me know if there's something that you'd like to see that I haven't done yet. I'm always up for a good challenge. And here's another idea. If you have something that you come across that's an inspiration photo for you and you'd like to see me try to dupe that, email me that and I will be more than happy to give it a go and come up with a way to make it on a budget. Because I love that challenge of seeing something really, really pretty, especially something that's high end and expensive, and recreating it for, you know, dollars or pennies. Okay, so I'm going to be using another one of those little birch wood pieces for my stem. I'm going to hot glue that down. And then I'm going to be using this checkerboard, oh my goodness, you guys, I need to go to sleep. This buffalo check ribbon, and I'm just going to tie a simple knot. I'm sorry that I'm off screen there, but just a simple knot, tying that around, and then I'm going to dovetail my ends. So just folding the ribbon in half and cutting it at an angle. And that's what they call dovetailing. It just makes the ends nice and pretty. And that's it. Give me a big thumbs up if you like it.
DIY number 14.
All right, this is a random pumpkin that I had flowers all over at one point. I don't recall why I pulled the flowers off of it. I must have needed them for another project at one point. And then I have the stem that I was just fixing up here that it started to pull apart a little bit. And then I have a bag of potpourri. I was talking with Rich trying to figure out a couple of different project ideas, and he pulled out this potpourri and he said, hey, can you do something with this? And I thought, well, maybe. So it's all fall colors. I was like, well, what happens if I try to cover a pumpkin with all of these little potpourri pieces? And it's something you could set on your shelf and it would smell good too. So it's going to be a little bit eclectic here, if that's the right word for this. Rustic? I don't even know what to call this, but I was trying to figure out if I should start from the bottom or from the top. Ultimately, the top won out and it worked out quite well. So I am just going to put random little pieces here, trying to figure out if I want to put them right side up or upside down. There are a lot of various colors and textures, and there are a lot of neat little pieces here. So this is probably going to be a project either you love or hate. I actually ended up loving it. I think it's really cool looking in the end. And it's kind of like putting a puzzle together. There were definitely some pieces in the potpourri that were just too large to work with. There were these things in here. I don't know if you see that on the table there. It's kind of red. It's to the left of my left hand. It's kind of under my hand at the moment, but it reminded me of an apple core. I have no idea what it is. It must be some sort of a pod of some type, but it looks like an apple core to me, like a dried apple core. And yeah, I don't know what it is. If you happen to know what it is, I would love to know. But I ended up not being able to use those. They were just a little too bulky. So I was tending to stick with the pieces that were a little bit flatter. I did use some of the larger rounded pods in the end. I didn't think I was going to be using those. I thought that they were going to be too large as well, but I ended up being able to incorporate some of those, especially as I worked my way down the sides of the pumpkin. And I had some of the flatter pieces that were kind of sticking out because of the curvature of the pumpkin. So I took those opportunities to use some of those larger pods underneath and just kind of brought them in to cover more of that orange pumpkin. My goal here is really just to make sure that the orange is camouflaged. Wherever I saw some orange, I added a little bit more of the potpourri, and I just continued to do that until I had it all set. And I had that little, I think that's like a wheat stem that I thought was cute that I stuck in there next to the stem. But let me know what you think of this.
DIY number 15.
So I have a couple of paper towel holders from the Dollar Tree. I have a glass vase or candle holder. I think they tend to be interchangeable. We're going to use it as a candle holder today. And I just popped off the bottoms of those not wreath forms. My goodness, the bottoms of the paper towel holders. And you can see I'm just making sure that they go down over my glass candle holder. I'm measuring the height of this, which was about 9 inches. So I'm showing you it's 9 inches. It's also for my benefit because I tend to forget things like that when I'm doing my voiceovers. But I am measuring the circumference of my little, what will be my frame. And I'm going to cut down my lampshade paper. If you saw last week's video, you know that I created a Pearson cut lampshade, and this is going to be a similar project. I'm just measuring it all off. It's going to be a perfect rectangle, basically, because my top and my bottom are going to be the same radius. So it's almost like a cylinder shape that we're creating here. So I'm cutting this down. I'm just matching up my ends, making sure that it's looking all even, and it does. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to my next step. So I'm taking a piece of parchment paper. You could use printer paper, whatever you want to use. I'm just measuring off where my edges are so I know how large my image can be. Now, I'm going to hand draw an image that I want to put on my little candle cover, if you will. And you don't have to hand draw something. You could create something on your computer and print it off. You could do something on Canva. You could find something in a coloring book that you could use. So use your imagination, and whatever image you come up with, you can certainly use that. I've been known to take images off of bedspreads, so just kind of traced the flower print, you know, and used that if I wanted to match the decor in a particular room. So as I am doing this, you'll notice I am making sure that I am creating broken lines, and that is for when we go to cut this out. You don't want any of your lines to be connected more than at 3 points. Hopefully that makes sense, because if you think about it, like with a stencil, you need to make sure that your image remains intact. You don't want to end up with holes in this. So I'm going to be going through this a little bit faster than I did last week, but if you want a little bit more step-by-step detail, feel free to check out my video from last week where I did the lampshade with the sailboat, and I will leave a link in my description box for that video so you can find it easily. So now I am using my Arteza carbon paper. It's actually graphite paper, excuse me. Graphite paper, and I am tracing my image that I've just hand drawn onto my lampshade paper. This is the inside of the shade. Okay, and now these are just watercolors from the Dollar Tree, nothing fancy, and I'm coming in and I am going to paint over my image. You want your color to be nice and dark, and I probably didn't do it as dark as I should have here, especially considering I'm using this for a candle, which won't have as much light as a light bulb normally would. So when you paint the inside of these shades, it offers a really soft, pretty color when you turn the light on, because it shines through from the inside out. And you can always have the option of painting the outside. I tend to hesitate only because I'm not as confident with my painting skills, but I do love the way that it looks when it's painted from the inside. So you want your color to be nice and bold, understanding that it's going to soften tremendously when it's on the inside of the shade. I, again, probably did not make my colors as bold as I should have. So just a word to the wise, but you want to be careful not to get it too wet, because then you could end up impacting the paper itself, and you don't want it to bleed through to the other side of the paper either. So I'm using my little piercing tool. So all those little squiggly lines where I do have solid lines, I am just piercing little holes along the squiggle line, and you don't want your holes to get too close to each other, because you don't want anything to break through and again create that hole in your piece. These are just tiny little piercings that are going to look like that. So I've got my piece of glass. I know it looks a little bit dirty. I'm not sure if it was wax or something on the reverse of it, and I was scrubbing it for a while. It had been in my stash for years, you guys, like 30 plus years. So it's seen better days, but it's going to do the trick. Now last week I did use my cutting mat when I cut the shade, and I was wishing that I had been using my piece of glass. I find it much easier to cut things like this on the glass. It probably does a job on my blade, probably doesn't keep it as sharp, but it works really, really well because it just kind of glides and your knife doesn't get stuck in the cutting mat. So I'm now back with my little piercing tool, and I'm using that to go in where I've cut with my craft knife, and I'm just molding the little pieces. So sticking it in there and rubbing it back and forth to lift the slits apart a little bit. And then I'll also use my fingers on some of the rounded curved edges. You can see there, like with the stems and the leaves, I'm using my fingers to mold that a little bit in. You don't want to create any creases or folds, but you do want soft, gentle roundness molded into your shapes. So once I have all of that taken care of, here I'm going to show you where I do the leaves again. So I usually do the straight lines first, and then the pieces that are going to roll into the inside of the shade, I do those after. So you can see here with the little stem, I'm doing the straight edges, and then I'm going to roll that stem in. So now once I have all of that done, I am going to line it. This is a heavy tracing paper, and I got it from my friend Colby at the Lamp Shop. They're located in Concord, New Hampshire, and they just took really good care of me with all the supplies that I needed. Highly recommend them. I'll leave a link for their little shop, their website, in my description box as well, in case you're interested in checking them out. So I've used my glue, and I did leave a little bit of room with my lining because I don't want to crush my image there, so it will not lay completely flat to your image. Just keep that in mind when you do this. And then once my glue was sufficiently dried, I went ahead and trimmed off the rest of the lining paper all the way around my shade, so we don't have any of that hanging over. And now I'm going to go ahead and apply it to my frames. So I'm using just regular old clothespins from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to hook my little shade onto here. So I'm going to get it all the way on just with the clothespins. So that's going to allow me to manipulate it until I have it exactly how I want it, top and bottom, before I start gluing it. So once I have the top done, I've flipped it over here, and you can see I am now doing the bottom. And I tend to start in the middle and work my way out to the edges. I just find that it gives me a little bit more control over what's happening and keeping it as tight against the frame as possible. So once I have that all hooked together and made sure that it's all nice and tight, I'm going to grab my glue and I'm going to seal up the seam here. Now this is the way you should do it, right? So if you watched last week's video, you will recall that I was trying to remember how to do all this because it's been like 35 years since I made a lampshade until last week. So it's all coming back to me now. And once I have that all set and my seam is done, I'm coming in with my glue and I am adding glue to my frame right between where the frame and the paper meet, almost like if you were caulking a bathtub. So where the tile and the tub meet, you know, you've got that little area to caulk. So doing that with the glue. Once that's completely dry, and I believe I let it sit overnight because it was late when I was doing it and it needed some time to dry. So once it's completely dry, at least probably an hour, you're going to go ahead and start applying your border ribbon. So more details on that in last week's video. But I am just applying it about 1/3 of that edge to the shade, and then I'll roll it in after I apply a thin coat of glue to the inside of that binding tape. So once I get that all on there and smoothed out, I'm not sure why I felt the need to show you so much of this footage, so I apologize. Bear with me just a second. Here we go. Just rolling it all over and tucking it inside the shade. And then I'm going to do the same thing on the bottom. So I'll just flip it over and I will do the exact same thing. And I'm not going to put you through all of that. We're going to move on in about 2 seconds here. So once I've got that done, just trim it off real close, making sure that it matches up. I do put a little bit of glue on the edge of the ribbon so that it doesn't fray. And then I am going to just seal that down, and I will tuck that all down around the frame edge the same way we did with the, I guess it was actually the bottom that I had started with. So I'm going to do the same thing with the top. And now I'm coming in with my velvet ribbon, which is a more narrow piece, and this is my finishing ribbon. And it just helps to hide any imperfections with that top ribbon. And I just think it provides a really, really pretty finished look. So just going to wrap that all the way around on the top and the bottom and trim it off as close as possible. And because it is velvet, it does help to kind of of create a seal, if you will. Not a seal, but it matches up with the other end really pretty nicely, and it's kind of hard to see the seam if you cut it properly. So once I have that all on, we are done. That's it. We can go ahead and add our candle and see how the light shines.
DIY number 16.
All right, I have a pumpkin from the Dollar Tree. I took off the stem, and then you're going to see me putting that back on in a second, because I was like, you know what, that would have made it a lot easier to hold onto this pumpkin. That is fern chalk paint that I was just showing you. And I'm going to give the pumpkin a good, there I go, putting the stem back on. But I'm going to go ahead and give the pumpkin one good coat of paint. I did decide that this was a little bit too dark, so I went back, and you didn't see it very well because I didn't show it very well there, but this is called Irish. So it's just a lighter green. Once it was all dry, I just came back in with this lighter green and gave it, again, one good coat of this color green, and that was a better shade for me. I didn't worry about the top of the pumpkin there because we are going to be covering it up now. This is a gray self-adhesive felt that I've got, and I've flipped it over. Sorry about the top of my head there. I wanted to make sure that it was positioned properly, but I am basically tracing the shape of it in such a way that it's going to cover the top of the pumpkin and come down maybe half an inch down on the pumpkin. But I'm cutting it out, and I am kind of making like a little wavy shape to it. You could make it an even shape if you wanted to, but I kind of liked the wavy, and it also would be a little bit more forgiving with what we're about to do with this, right? So I'm going to remove that backing and apply my felt down over the top of the pumpkin. And I love that I was at first worried that it was going to kind of bunch up a little bit, but I forgot the shape of the pumpkin was going to work with me, right? So with the curvature, it all worked out. Now I have a couple of black screws. You could use black thumbtacks, you could use black bolts, you could use probably little wooden beads that you paint black if you wanted to, but I'm just using these black screws and screwing them into the sides of the pumpkin. And now I am picking out some of my little googly eyes. I've had these in my stash for such a long time, and I never had any need for googly eyes. I don't even remember where I got them from, but I'm trying to decide if I want little ones or big ones. Ultimately, I went with the larger ones. I just thought it would be cuter, because I am aiming for more cute Halloween decor here versus scary. So I don't know. In my head, it was going to be cuter with the big eyes. So that's what I did. I'm using my paint bottles just to kind of hold this up so it doesn't go rolling away on me, and just helping me work with my pumpkin here a little bit more. And once I got the eyes where I thought they should go, I'm gonna go ahead and glue them down. Now, looking at it from this angle, I'm wishing that I had placed them a little bit higher on his face, but it all turned out just fine, and he was super cute in the end. I did want to make sure that I left some room for his eyebrows, and again, I'm just using my black Sharpie, drawing some eyebrows, and then I will be doing his mouth and some other just embellishments, and just making sure that it looks right to my eye. I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to see what I'm doing here, but I'll show you in just a second. Basically just a straight smile line with the little slashes through it to, I don't know, make it look like it's sewn together. So my little Frankenstein guy, I think he turned out super cute, but let me know what you think of this one.
DIY number 17.
So this is my inspiration picture from Hobby Lobby, $18 for these little pumpkins. We're gonna make these for virtually free. I've got Scrapwood. These are 2x4s from my garage, from other stuff that we've done. And then I had mixed together some chalk paint. I had used my pumpkin chalk paint, and then I used some Imperial Red in it, and then I think I ended up adding a little bit of yellow. I just wanted a deeper orange than the original pumpkin color. So you can use whatever orange you would like, but that was what I wanted. So I'm going to use one of these small wood planks from the Dollar Tree pack of 6. And I'm going to give it a good coat of paint with my Home Decor chalk paint in Truffle. So this is just a nice chocolate brown color. I'm giving it one good coat of paint on both sides. And the edges. You want to make sure you get the edges as well. So now I'm going to come in with my Sharpie paint marker in yellow and just getting that ready to go. And I'm trying to visualize. I'm very visual, you guys. So I'm visualizing how I want the letters to look and want to make sure that it's all going to fit and be centered on my piece. So I was just doing an air practice there, if you will. So I come in and start to write, and it's not coming out as dark or as thick, if you will, as I want it to. So I'm like, let me shake it up in a second here, and you'll see. And yeah, splattered all over all over my sign. You know, crafting stuff happens sometimes, you guys, and you just keep going. I was fortunately able to just wipe it away for the most part. You can just paint right over it if you have faux pas like that. So I was a little bit more careful from then on out, but I did end up going over my letters 2 or 3 times with my paint marker as I used it. And now my paint markers, they've been sitting on my shelf for a couple of years. It's been a while since I picked them up and used them, so that's part of it. It has nothing to do with Sharpie. So they actually are really great paint markers. Mine had just been sitting for a long time, so I was lucky that they were working at all. So came back in and just got my letters to the level that I wanted them. So there you go, pumpkins. So now I'm going to use this washi tape. This is from the Dollar Tree, and I had never used this for painting painter's tape before, but I had seen somebody else do it, and I thought, okay, well, I'll give it a shot. This feels like a paper tape. If I had to describe it, it feels like paper. So I wasn't too sure how this was going to work, but it actually ended up doing a really good job, you guys. So I'm trying to figure out where I want to make my stripes here. So just lining all of that up and getting it where I want it, and just really pressing it down in hopes that I won't have any bleeding. So now I'm coming in with my Imperial Red, and I'm just going to give that a couple of coats, just using a regular small paintbrush to do this. It's kind of like a flat paintbrush. And here we go, pulling it up, and sharp lines. I was really, really happy and pleasantly surprised. I wasn't sure what to expect with this type of tape, but look at that, super sharp. So now I'm coming in with my, I think it's called Summer Porch chalk paint. Yeah, Summer Porch. So it's like a nice light yellow with my little round foam brush. And just making my little polka dots all over this little guy. So there you have that. And now I'm going to be using my linen white chalk paint. I've run out of, I think I might have a little bit down in the bottom of the jar, you guys, but I'm almost completely out of my my white chalk paint in from the home decor that I had. So using my Rust-Oleum linen white chalk paint, and I like this chalk paint as well. It goes on really nicely. I'm just doing my little zigzag lines. Now you could tape all of this off. I honestly just didn't feel like going to all of that effort. So I decided to do it by hand. So it's not perfect, but I was happy with it. And now I'm coming in with my tumbling tower blocks, the ones that are already that chocolate brown color, and I'm using my wood glue and a little bit of hot glue around the wood glue to just secure these on. So the wood glue is going to give that long-term bond, and the hot glue will give that immediate hold so we can keep working. I was showing you my raffia. I'm going to take a few pieces of raffia and make little bows around my stems there. So I actually just did simple bows with a few of the lengths of raffia all together, and then I'll just end up gluing those down. So you can see how I just tied the bow. I think I had 3 strands of raffia that I then folded in half and then tied. And I did that for all 3 of my little pumpkins. So just securing those with the hot glue, getting those on the stems and all set. So now I'm coming in with some greenery that I had left over, and I'm just trimming off the little stems of the leaves, and I'm going to tuck these in and secure them with some hot glue as well. Now, if you don't already, I would love it if you want to follow me on Instagram. You can find me at craftedbycorie on Instagram. And if you make one of these projects, I would love for you to go ahead and tag me. I always love seeing what you guys are working on, if it's something that I've made or otherwise. And I have no idea, just a picture. Just a picture. I'm not sure why I said just a picture. So, yeah, not sure what the just picture was about. But craftedbycorie@gmail.com. You can email me a picture of your projects also if you'd like to have a shout out. Because as my subscribers know, if you've been watching my videos lately, I've been giving shout outs to you guys who have been sharing your work with me. I love seeing what you guys are working on. And so if you wanted a little bit of a shout out, go ahead and email me a picture and I will be happy to share your project on an upcoming video. So now I am using the twine that is wired from the Dollar Tree, and I've just made little corkscrews on either side, and I'm twisting it around my pumpkin stems and securing that down with some hot glue. Just making my little pumpkin tendrils. And I did end up just using a little bit of hot glue on the end of each of these lengths of the wired twine, because I did find that once you cut it, it starts to fray. So you're gonna wanna put a little bit of something on the ends, otherwise you're gonna have wire sticking out and might poke somebody. So just recommend putting a little bit of glue on there. So I had put some glue on there. I was out of frame because I was like blowing on it, so I wouldn't totally scald myself when I started putting my fingers on it, to just secure that down and get it the way that I wanted it. So now we're just going to secure our little pumpkin sign to our center pumpkin. And again, just using a whole bunch of hot glue for that. Putting it at a little bit of an angle, just like the inspiration picture. And there you have it. Aren't they cute? I love these. These were super popular with you guys too. So thank you.
DIY number 18.
Okay, for this one, I have this little pumpkin that was from my stash. It was a sad little pumpkin. It didn't look very high end, so to speak. And then I had these foam roses from the Dollar Tree, and I thought, you know what? I had done a pumpkin with flowers last year, and it came out super cute. I thought, why not do it with these little foam roses? And this was about a size that I thought would be small enough to use the foam roses with and still be able to cover it, because it does take quite a few when you are using a larger pumpkin, and I only had these 2 packages. So I was surprised these actually came with little adhesive dots. That was unexpected, but they were perfect. And so I went ahead and started applying the foam roses all over my pumpkin. I was alternating the colors to the best of my ability. There might be some areas where some of the colors are close to one another, like colors are close to one another, but for the most part, I think I was able to separate them out and just create a little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Not the opposite of uniformity. But at any rate, it is a little bit tedious. It takes a little bit of patience. And in the end, you know what? The shape of this particular pumpkin, I feel like it didn't really look like a pumpkin in the end. It looks more like a little ball of flowers, but I don't know. It's fun colors, so that was what I went with. The little squat pumpkin that I did last year, you could still tell it was a pumpkin shape even though it was covered in flowers. But I am now taking the little stem. I have my jute cord that I had gotten a while back from Walmart, and I'm really just going to wrap the stem in the jute cord in hopes that I can make it a little bit more substantial, a little bit larger, a little bit longer, because it was kind of getting lost in there with the flowers in place. So I'm just trying to get an idea for how much of this cord that I need to use and getting it all wrapped around. Just be real careful. I probably should have been wearing my little finger protectors for this. I was being very careful. I did not burn myself, but I would think I was probably more lucky than smart. So just be very careful, again, when you're working with the hot glue, because it can burn you pretty badly if you're not careful and you're not wearing your finger protectors. So once I got to the end, I ended up trimming it off with about 2 inches left, and then I tied a knot in that end. I just kept thinking about if you look at a pumpkin stem, and a lot of times they'll tear them off the vine as opposed to actually cutting them, and so they end up like a little frayed looking at the end of their little stems. And so that was kind of what I had in mind as I was doing this and kind of messing with the end of that jute cord. So once I had that all done, I'm going to be able to tuck it in there. I'll just make sure that I have it positioned the way that I like it, and then I'll be able to add some hot glue in there and tuck it back in, and that'll do it for this piece. So it'll add a little bit of fun color to my tray, even if it doesn't necessarily look exactly like a pumpkin, but let me know what you think of this one.
DIY number 19.
So this is the piece I'm starting with. My sister had picked this up for me in a recent Dollar Tree haul. I was so excited. If you didn't get a chance to see that and you'd like to, I'll leave a link for it here, so you can just click on that little link that popped up and it'll take you to the haul video. But I am cleaning up this little panda bear watermelon thing, and I ripped off all of the front of it. Now, if this weren't a tiered tray, I might just cover it up with something. I want this to be a double-sided sign, essentially. So I am removing all of that paper off of there. I basically just wet it. You saw me literally dump water on it, and I'm using a baby wipe to scrub it. And you can see the adhesive actually appears to be water soluble. It you know, it kind of melted away with the water and I was able to clean it all off. So then I just used my heat gun to dry it up, worked like a charm. You can see how it's drying it real nice. And then I'm going to come in with my pumpkin chalk paint. And I am going to kind of give it a little bit of a shape here. So as I mentioned, I do want this to be a double-sided sign. So everything that I do on the front side, I am going to mirror on the back side. And when I say mirror, it's actually going to be the opposite from the front, because it's going to be like you turned it over and you're looking at the back of the thing, right? So it won't be going in the same direction, it will be going opposite direction. And yeah, so hopefully I'm explaining that well. So I did give it a second coat of paint, and I'm just thinking about how I want to execute on the rest of this, because I know exactly what I want to do, but just trying to think it through as I go here. So I'm using the shape of this cutout wood to my benefit as best as I can, to the best of my ability. I'm just drawing the little stem right now, coming up over the top of it, because again, I want this to be like a three-dimensional pumpkin is essentially what we're creating. So you can see here I'm doing the same thing on the opposite side, but it's mirrored, right? So you can see it's going the opposite direction because it's the back of the piece, right? So if you think about the letter L, if you've got the L, you look at the front side of it, you flip it over, it's backwards, right? So you're looking at the back side of it. That's the best way I can explain. So then I wanted to come in with some of my fern chalk paint, and this, you can't really see it too well here perhaps, but there is a little bit, and here you're going to see it better, the way that it's cut out, it's almost like the perfect area for a leaf. If you look at that bottom area, you can see it a little bit better. Like, hopefully I'm explaining this properly. It's been a long day, you guys, when I'm doing this voiceover. But I'm just coming in and I'm filling in that area with my fern chalk paint, kind of creating like a little squiggle along the side there to kind of give the shape of my leaf. And then I'm just using the cut edges to my advantage. Filling all of that in, did the same thing on the other side. And now I decided I'm going to make those little squiggly, curly Q thingies that come off of pumpkins sometimes. Would you call that a vine? I'm not really sure. Again, I'm following the edges of the cutout, using that to my advantage. Now, as I'm doing this, I'm looking at it and I'm trying to decide what I'm going to do with the background. That darker wood color, I'm not really liking it so much. And I'm thinking, you know what, it needs some sort of a different background color. I'm still thinking about it here and working my way through. And then finally, see, think. Yeah, I need something else. So I decided I was going to come in with my white, and this is my Adirondack white chalk paint. Sammy is here with me. Sorry, his little chain is jingling. And I just filled in that whole area that is not pumpkin. And so I went ahead and did the back side of it first. And then I was thinking I would be able to kind of come in around the green squiggles that I had already done. And I pretty quickly gave up on that. I figured, you know what? I will just repaint those because it was just like a little bit more trouble than it was worth, you know, trying to make my way around all those little lines I created. So I went ahead and painted over it, and here I am coming back in and redoing those little lines. So you could probably see a little bit better how I was doing that too now, and just following the edge of the cutout. And I did that on both sides again, and so the one side is just mirroring the other. And now I'm coming in with my pencil and I am going to draw my words. And I'm only doing the words on the one side. And again, you know, I always talk about drawing my letters because this is not my handwriting, you guys. It really is like drawing a picture. So if any of you have ever gotten a letter or a card from me, you know that what you're about to see is definitely not my handwriting. So I am just using my pencil. I am going really slow. You can see how slow I'm going, and this is sped up about 3 times. So be patient with yourself. Use a pencil if you feel like like you need to have something to you know, rely on as a guide. And with the pencil, you can always erase it, right? If you do something that you don't like, you can always erase it, and it's not permanent. Even the paint isn't permanent. You can always paint over it and do it again, right? But I did my pencil, and now I'm just going right over the pencil lines with my Arteza acrylic paint marker. And I thought I was so clever doing this, you guys. I am sure that I am not the first person to think of this little saying, but I just was very pleased with, with myself. So hello, Gord. Jess, you see what I did that there? I'm still writing it out, so you can't even see the the whole word right now. But yeah, I cracked myself up. I'm like self-entertained a lot of the time. So yeah, I hope that you bear with me. But here it is. So hello, Gord, Jess. You get it? But I'm coming in and I'm doing my faux calligraphy now. If you followed me, you've probably seen how I do this, and you probably have seen other crafters do it as well. But essentially on your downstrokes, wherever you're drawing down on your letters, that's where you're going to make them a little bit thicker, and it creates a faux calligraphy. And this is really something you can practice, you know, if you've not done it before and you're intimidated by it. I really encourage you to give it a shot, even just with a ballpoint pen on a piece of paper. You know, write out a word and then just fill in your downstrokes with a thicker line and then just color in between. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying when I describe it that way. But practice with a ballpoint pen and you'll see how pretty it is and how easy it is to do if you just take your time and just draw the letters the way that you want them to look. But I think this is super cute. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 20.
So for this, I am using a baby blanket from the Dollar Tree. I'm also using this cord. It's just a really pretty ivory cord that I had left over from another project like years ago, literally like 20 years ago. I've got a needle, some embroidery floss. I've got an old foam brush handle from a foam brush that ceased to be able to be used. I've got my pizza screen that I used earlier. I'm going to be using it for the same purpose again, and the fiber fill that I showed you there. Again, using a pen to trace out a rough circle that's a couple of inches larger than my pizza screen, and then I'm going to cut that out. And as I've mentioned, I would love for you to follow me on Instagram. I can be reached at craftedbycorie. And if you create any of these projects, I would love it if you tag me, share your work with me. I'd love to see it. So once I've got my circle all cut out, I'm going to cut a length of the embroidery floss. I ended up, these are like little strands of 6, right? And I ended up pulling it apart and thinking that 3 was going to be sufficient. In hindsight, I was wishing I had left all 6 of them together. This was a project I had seen Olivia from Olivia's Romantic Home do, and she warned us that the thread had snapped on her, so she warned that we should use a heavier thread. So that was why I was using the embroidery floss, and I thought it was going to be enough. It ended up snapping on me too. So definitely need a heavier gauge thread, or use all 6 strands of the embroidery floss. Perhaps that would work. I may have also overstuffed this. That might have contributed to it as well. Not sure, but just be forewarned. So this, again, very simple project. It doesn't matter if you've never sewn before. You can see I'm just going in and out and in and out and in and out with my needle. So going all the way around, and when I get to the end, I'm just going to start to pull that together. So now stuffing it with my fiber fill, You could use the stuffing from an old pillow if you've got that laying around. Otherwise, fiberfill is really easy to find at your local craft store, especially if they sell sewing supplies. So this was after my second time around. You can tell I didn't pull it completely tight in the middle there because I was afraid I was going to snap the cord again. But I am preparing my little stick from my old foam brush, and I'm going to just stick that right down inside of my pumpkin. This is going to be my stem. So I'm going to use some hot glue to help secure that down in there and get my little fabric all around the stem nice and tight. And now I'm going to be coming in with some picks. This is from Hobby Lobby. I had gotten it on sale. I always get everything on sale, you guys. So I'm going to steal those little tendrils, and I'm going to pull off some of the fun little beaded areas. I might have used this whole pick, I don't remember, but as you've already heard me say, I tear apart all of these picks all the time because it gives me the opportunity to really place them the way I want. So I would say it's very rare when I do not pull apart a pick. It's very rare. So just placing these all around my little pumpkin stem. I'm using the wire to wrap it around the stem and help secure it. And then I do eventually go back in with some hot glue just to secure it completely. Tucking in some of my little tendrils. Look how cute. So now I'm using that cord that I mentioned earlier, and I'm going to make a cute little bow, just looping that together as you've seen me do before. And then I'm going to use the other piece to tie around the center. I did wrap it around there a couple of times before I tied it, just to give it a little bit more something in the middle there. And trim off the ends. I did just light the ends just to singe them so that it wouldn't fray. Be very careful if you do this at home. You don't want to light anything on fire. And then using my hot glue to secure my bow to the pumpkin. I love this, you guys. I loved it so much that I decided to make a second one. So I made a little baby pumpkin, that white fabric that I've been using for a whole bunch of different things. So again, in and out and in and out. So you thread your needle, you knot the end of your thread, and then you just start. It's really not difficult. I really encourage you to try it, even if you've never sewn before. And this one I had a much easier time with, maybe having learned the first time. And also this fabric was not nearly as thick as the fabric from the baby blanket. So that might have had something to do with it as well. This is just a plain cotton fabric. It's about the weight of a sheet, if you will, like a bed sheet. So for this one, I'm going to use a little Dollar Tree birch stem, little piece of wood. I love those, by the way. Isn't that cute? These make me so happy. I love pumpkins, you guys. This time of year, I am pumpkin obsessed. Anything pumpkin, it just makes me happy. I started to use this jute cord for my bow, and I was like, yeah, this is just way too thick for this. So I ended up taking it off, and I pulled it apart, and I just used a little, I think it was just one of the 3 strands, and that ended up being perfect. It was just too heavy for such a tiny, dainty little pumpkin to have that big, thick piece of jute on there. So this worked out much better. So cute. I love these. So you got baby and mama pumpkins. Give me a big thumbs up if you like these.
DIY number 21.
All right, I have a few pumpkins here, and I'm going to be painting the stems with my Adirondack white chalk paint. These are clearly pumpkins that I've used in the past. I had done, it was either last year or the year before, an ombre blue theme with these pumpkins, and so they were all different shades of blue from dark all the way to light. And so once I have the stems painted, I am painting the pumpkins themselves black. This is also my chalk paint, just in black. And I was a little nervous about how these were going to turn out, but they honestly looked really sharp. Even before I was actually thinking I would even just leave them like this, just in the black and white. I thought they looked really cool. But I had seen, I think it was with Bed Bath & Beyond, there were Rae Dunn pumpkins in black and white with words on them. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to recreate those. I thought they were really cute. So using my white chalk paint marker and just very gently and slowly, although it doesn't look slow right now because I have it sped up 2.5 times for purposes of not boring you to tears, but I am going pretty slow and just making sure that I am getting my letters the way that I want them. And as I've said before, if you have a stencil that you would rather use, or if you have a vinyl cutter, there are a lot of different ways that you can apply letters. You don't have to hand letter them if that is not your thing. But just writing out a few different words. And if you don't want to be doing the more of the Halloween type words, you could certainly do words like fall and leaves and things of that nature, or just leave them plain the way that I had considered doing them myself. It's completely up to you. But these are a really cute and simple way to decorate for the fall. And it's kind of funny. I love these so much, but it's like one of these things is not like the other. I'm not sure it really goes with the rest of my tray, but I still think they're super cute. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 22.
Okay, you're going to recall this project from a little bit earlier, our little painted pumpkins. We are going to use the back of them. This is my inspiration picture, $34.99 at Wayfair. For us, it is free if we did this other little pumpkins project. So I'm going to turn my pumpkins over onto their backs and go ahead and use my black Sharpie marker, my Sharpie paint pen, I should say, excuse me, to write my letters out. So here's my black Sharpie. And I'm very visual, you guys. You've probably heard me say that before. So I always have to kind of do like an air practice to figure out how I want my letters. So that was what I was doing there at first. Just want to make sure that I am doing the letters the way that I want them. And then I'm going to come in and embellish with some spider webs and some other little creepy crawlers and just make these super cute. And I pretty much followed the example of the inspiration picture, if you will. The only main difference here is that I only have 3 little pumpkins instead of 4, so I didn't do the exclamation point. If you want to do a 4th pumpkin, you certainly can, and then you can have the exclamation point that goes along with the boo as well. So I've got my spider web done there. I've got my little spider that I'm drawing. How do you all like to decorate for Halloween? What is your favorite Halloween decoration? Do you like ghosts? Do you like witches? Do you like spiders and creepy crawly things? Do you like skulls? Skulls really creep me out. I don't know what it is about them. Well, maybe because they're skulls, but I don't know. There's just something about them that creep me out. I have not been able to bring myself to do anything with them as of yet. So never say never, but yeah, they really creep me out. So thickening up my letters and just getting those all filled in and getting things the way that I want them. This is a super easy project, you guys. Anybody can do this. If you recall, these were pieces of scrapwood that I had in my garage. I painted them orange, added the embellishments to them. If you don't want to do the original project, you could do just the Boo project as well. But this way, our little signs are reversible. And you can embellish them however you'd like. If you don't like spiders and spider webs, you could put ghosts on them. Anything, really. Witches, ghosts, you name it. So there we go, our little Boo.
DIY number 23.
Okay, I had this mug that I was going to try. It is from the Dollar Tree. And then these rub-on transfers that I think are awesome. I've used them in the past, and I was hoping it was going to fit onto this mug, but it was honestly just a little bit too big. I needed a tall mug for it. These mugs are wide, but a little bit shorter. So I grabbed this little, this is also from the Dollar Tree, this little bucket that I had in my stash. And I'm going to be applying the rub-on transfer to this, and then we'll create just a cute little bucket of pumpkins. So just going to get that lined up. It is sticky once you pull off that back film, so you just want to be mindful of that. Once you set it down, you're going to be committed, because if you try to pull it up after it's caught sufficiently, you will pull up the design. It'll damage it. So one thing you do want to do, once you start applying it, make sure that you don't allow it to slide. So if you do start to lift it and it breaks the design, just lay it right back down again. Just don't let it shift, and you'll be fine. And you won't even be able to tell that the design had broken. So I am using my little burnishing tool. You can use your fingernails, supposedly. I prefer to use the burnishing tools. This particular one is also from the Dollar Tree. And then just slowly pulling it up and making sure that my little sheet is clean and that I'm not leaving behind any of that color. Those are just little moss balls, also from the Dollar Tree, that I stuck in there to use as filler. And then I'm going to be using these pumpkin picks. I'm just breaking off the picks about halfway up because they were just way too long for this particular project. You could also pull the picks out completely, but I decided I wanted something to just anchor these in here so they could be kind of abundant looking in my bucket. And then I decided it really needed a little something else, so I went back to my stash and grabbed out some greenery that I had left over from other projects, just random little pieces, and I tucked those in and around just to fill it out. And that's it for this one, so let me know what you think.
DIY number 24.
So using the wood rounds again, these are Arteza wood rounds. I've also got my Dollar Tree jute twine. I've got a few tumbling tower blocks from the Dollar Tree. I'm using some floral wire, I think I picked that up from Hobby Lobby a while back. I have a twig. This is left over from one of those broomsticks that I had used. And then I've got a few colors of my Arteza outdoor acrylic paint. And it's important that I stress that this is, oh no, not for this one. I'll tell you about that later because I've got another project where I used the outdoor paint and, oh, but that was a different video, so it's not on this one. So point being, if it's outdoor paint, it should be able to hold up to moisture. I had made, in my last video, I made some coasters and they really aren't technically fall, so I didn't include them in this video, but because I used the outdoor paint on them, I figured I didn't need to seal them because they should be able to hold up. So at any rate, now I am making my little pumpkins. So I did give these a really good coat this time, and I'm looking for the flattest part of this because I'm going to go ahead and secure it down to my tumbling tower block that's going to serve as our base and let it stand up. I did both sides of all my pumpkins, you guys, as per usual, because I like things to be finished, and because these can also be two-sided and they'll be able to stand up on a little tiered tray or on the counter or on a table somewhere, and then if it's finished on both sides, you know, everything's pretty and it doesn't matter which way it's facing, right? So I gave it a really good coat on all sides of the Tangelo. And actually on the bark edges, I did more of a rough coat. Those weren't like solidly coated in the orange. I kind of liked the bark showing through, so. And then I came back in with some of the chocolate paint and the papaya whip, and I'm just creating my little contours for the pumpkin, so you can tell that they really are a pumpkin. And again, just blending the colors, and if you get a little bit too much of one color, you can come back in with another. I just kept going back and forth. You can see me adding in a little bit more Tangelo, just getting it to the place that I like it. And I did that for all three of my little pumpkins on both sides of each pumpkin. So then, once those were all done, I went ahead and took my little twig and I'm going to score it with my scissors. And I'm making these random lengths, so they are not all the same, but scoring it and then snapping it off. And this little twig was heavy duty, you guys. It was really solid. So it took a little bit of an effort to to cut these, but I managed. I was using my table to kind of press it down and lever it, but once I had those all cut down, I'm going to use a little bit of hot glue to secure them to the tops of my pumpkins. I'm just trying to decide which one I want to use where, because my pumpkins are different heights and my stems are all different heights as well, so I just wanted to figure out which one I wanted on which. And I did not bother with sanding off the edges of these. You certainly could, but I just liked the kind of jagged look to it, because with pumpkins, when they come up out of the field or whatever, a lot of the time they're not, the stems on them are a little bit jagged, right? So I wanted that to have more of a natural, unfinished edge, if you will. So I just had to hold that until the hot glue not dried, but cooled down enough to hold those little stems securely, which it did. It just took a second of patience to let the hot glue cool. So now I'm going to use my floral wire, and I'm going to take a length of that, and I thought maybe I could use my finger to do the tendrils, but then I decided the tendrils are way too large for these tiny little pumpkins, so I ended up using the paint brush, the end of the paint brush to do that. I'm sorry, I was a little off frame there, but you just twist it around and around something like a pencil or a paintbrush, whatever has the thickness or the gauge, if you will, of what you want your little tendril to look like. So I think I'm going to show you in frame a little bit better here, but I just went round and round and round and then slid it right off and then pulled it apart a little bit, make it springy, and then you can manipulate it however you want it. And then I just twisted it around my little stem, and then I went back and secured each of them with a little dab of hot glue again. You don't need a lot, just I want a little bit there because there wasn't really anything there to keep them in place. So now I'm making some finger bows with my jute cord, my Dollar Tree jute cord. I just wrapped it around and around my fingers probably about a dozen times, and then cut off another little length, and I'm just tying it around the middle there. And then I'm fluffing up my little bow. And then I'm going to be gluing it to the top of my pumpkins. So wrapping it around my fingers, cutting it off, tying it around the middle. Really simple little bow. So I'm going to show you closer up here so you can see exactly what I'm doing and a little bit slower. So just wrapping it around and around my fingers until I've got the number of loops that I want. And again, it doesn't have to be exact. I did not count these. I did it until it looked right to me for all three of these. So for all I know, every single one of these three little bows has a different number of loops because I did not count them as I was doing it. I just did it until they were about the thickness that I wanted for my little project. Pulled that tight, finished off the knot. Fluffed it out. Trimmed off the ends, and there you have it. So then I just came in and I secured each one of them with a little bit of hot glue. Aren't they cute?
DIY number 25.
So I have this little crate from the Dollar Tree. I'm just going to get it prepped, and then I'm going to give it a good coat of paint with my Adirondack white chalk paint by Home Decor. Now I've got my sunny porch. This is also chalk paint by Home Decor, and I'm giving that middle stripe, or what do you call that? You know what I mean. A coat of the sunny porch. This is my pumpkin chalk paint. Now I either should have done the bottom with the orange, or I should have realized that I was going to need to do the top orange, because these are supposed to be like a little mini book stack, right? So whatever that top slat, that is the word I was looking for before. I had done the yellow slat and then the orange slat, but whatever that top slat was going to be, that's what the top needed to be, because these are supposed to be like little mini books, right? So I'm coming in, once everything was dry, I did give that 2 coats of paint, but I've got my Arteza acrylic paint marker, and I am writing my word on backwards. And the reason I did that was because I wanted to make sure that I ended up at a certain place on the right side. I was a little less concerned with my or, but when I was writing out trick, and the same thing with treat here, I wanted to make sure I had enough room, and that I didn't also end up with a big gap that wasn't uniform. So I just wrote my words backwards. So neat little trick there if you ever need help with your spacing. And when you use your Arteza paint markers, if you use the alternate tip, make sure you remember to flip it back around so you don't squish it when you put the lid on. I'm famous for doing that. So here I have this little pick that I picked up from the Hobby Lobby several years ago. It's been in my stash. I cut down the wire. I apologize for being off frame here, you guys. I tried to adjust my camera to get closer to my projects for you, and I'm not used to to where I need to stay. So I had trimmed off that wire, and then I tucked it down underneath that fatter part of the pick just to give it a nice clean edge. Now I'm using my Dollar Tree green gingham ribbon. Try and say that 5 times fast. Green gingham ribbon. And I am tying that around our little book stack and also securing the pick with it and just making sure that my knot is nice and tight. And then I'm going to come in with some more ribbon. I just did 3 loops on either side to create a little bow. And then, you know what, I don't know what I was thinking because I did this the hardest possible way. I am sure that when you do this, you will be able to do it in a way that is much easier. At first I thought I was going to be able to just use my little tails that were already there, flip them under. I normally have a neat trick with this, but the fact that I'd already tied a knot in it that was attached to the box, it wasn't giving me the play that I needed for this to work properly. So I took that last little piece of ribbon that I still had and I fashioned a little piece to go around the middle of the ribbon to make it look like a neat little bow. So, like I said, you know what, in hindsight, I should have just done that around the ribbon itself and then glued the whole thing, or, you know, around the loopy ribbon bow thing to create that center and then just glue the whole thing down. But you know what, I guess I just needed an extra challenge this night. So I'm just coming in with some extra glue to make sure that my pick is secure. And then that's it, you guys. I'm loving this one too.
DIY number 26.
All right, this is from the Dollar Tree. It's something I've had in my stash for a while. And on one side, obviously, it is an apple, and it's actually pretty cute. But I'm going to work with the other side, and I'm going to preserve the original side, so it'll be a double-sided sign. So if I get bored with it, I could flip it over. But I think that the apple also looks like a pumpkin. So I'm going to be using my pumpkin chalk paint. I'm going to be giving it a couple of coats just to make sure that it's got good coverage. And I'm going to do pretty much everything but the stem. With the stem, I did go up a little bit just so that I'll have a way to make sure that the paint merges. Is that the right word? I don't know. There are no gaps between the colors. But I'm just using my heat gun in between coats just to help the drying time along. So once I had that completely dry, I'm applying my second coat. And then I will work on the rest of it. I'm just trying to make sure my brush strokes go in the direction that enhances the look, so to speak. So now this is Fern chalk paint by Waverly that I'm using here. And I'm just going to work my way down and then kind of spike it out. I don't know what the right word is for it, but you can see how I'm just trying to make my little pumpkin stem look like it does when it's on an actual pumpkin. And then I also went ahead and painted that metal leaf with the green color, that fern color, so that it was also part of this piece. And now I've got my pencil. I was a little bit hesitant to draw right on here right from the start because I was afraid I was going to mess it up. So I grabbed another piece of parchment paper and I'm just going to, this is, you know, the trial version, so to speak. I'm just going to draw the lines where I think that I would want them and just see if it actually does look like a pumpkin shape by the time I'm done with it. That way I can make any necessary adjustments before I commit to putting it on the orange paint that I just put down on this piece, right? Of course, I could always paint over it if I made some sort of mistake, but I would rather do it this way and avoid having to repaint. So that was what I did, and I was pretty confident with how it looked. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing. I've got my little parchment piece there with my original pencil markings that I'm using kind of as a visual guide. If you are more comfortable putting down something like graphite paper and tracing over your lines once you have them set, you could certainly do that as well, but I felt pretty comfortable once I did that first iteration that I was going to be able to just handle it. So now I have my Java chalk paint, and I am coming in with a dry brush. Well, I'm using the dry brush technique, but it's a chip brush. So just trying to add a little bit of texture and depth by using this chocolate brown kind of tone of paint. Because if you think about a pumpkin stem, they aren't just bright green usually. Usually they're, and especially once they've been picked for a few days, they start turning brown. But anyway, that was the thought behind what I'm doing here. And then I went ahead and added some of that Java chalk paint to the leaf as well. This leaf does have a little bit of, I don't want to say texture, it's not texture, but it's metal. So it's stamped in such a way that it has some debossing where the little parts of the leaf form. So I just kind of focused on that. Now I'm going to use that same chalk paint, the Java chalk paint, along those lines that I created with my pencil earlier. My thought was to try and make the lines of the pumpkin that you normally see, but in such a way that it looks more like shadow and shading. I'm not sure how successful I was with that. I'm not done with it when I put these lines down like this, but yeah, I mean, obviously it's very dark right now. So once I had all my paint on, I went ahead and grabbed baby wipe, and I'm going to go back over it. And it took a few times because the paint had started to dry, because I was using a dry brush method, so it does dry rather quickly. But I found that if I went over it a few times, it started to help smudge the paint and lighten that up. If I had to do it again, I might try to just apply it with a baby wipe, but I wouldn't have as much control as the paintbrush. So I don't know that that would actually be a really great idea. Something that I will consider, but not sure. So I just continue to go back and forth over this until I got the paint knocked down a little bit and to my liking. And once I had that all done, I had the inclination of putting something on the pumpkin, some sort of a word. I thought about the word boo. But then in my stash, I had these cute little metal signs, also from the Dollar Tree. So I was trying to decide between the one that said home, that was the galvanized metal, or this one that says welcome, that is obviously a black metal, black finished metal. It had a protective plastic seal on it, so I just pulled that off. And ultimately, I did decide to go with the black one. I thought it looked nice with the pumpkin. It looks a little bit dark to me here on camera now, but in person, I liked it better. I don't know. You'll have to let me know which one you would have gone with. But just using some hot glue at the top and bottom to adhere it to the pumpkin. And I'm not pressing it down real hard. I'm just kind of tapping it to make sure that it's going to adhere. And that's that. So I felt like it needed a little bit something more, but for right now, I am going to just reattach the same hanger that I had taken off of it. I'm not going to have it go across the design the way that it did. It kind of made a big loop when, I don't know if you noticed when I took it off, but I'm opting to just have it knotted at each hole. So a little bit different than the way that it came, but I kind of like this better, and I think it's a cleaner look. So once I had those knots in, I just trimmed off the excess, and then I was trying to figure out what to do to enhance the stem. I thought about a bow, but then I decided, you know what, I'm going to take this additional little piece of twine that was the hanger for the welcome sign, and I'm going to use this around the little leaf stem. So I had folded it in half, and now I'm going to just tie it in a knot around there, and then I'll cut the one loop, because from folding it in half there's a loop there, so just cut that. And then I just kind of pulled the pieces apart a little bit, just a little bit of a messy kind of knotted thing, but let me know what you think.
DIY number 27.
So this is my inspiration picture. These I found at Hobby Lobby. I don't know how much they were, so sorry. I didn't remember to look at that. But I'm gonna use a Dollar Tree pumpkin and some hula skirts. I'll be using hot glue. There you go, my hot glue. I was a little optimistic showing you 3 pumpkins. I ended up only doing 1 because it ended up taking a lot more time than I had anticipated. But essentially I'm sectioning off pieces of the hula skirt and I am braiding that to start. So I've got 6 strands and I'm using 2 strands in each of my 3 strands for the braid. Hopefully that's making sense, but you can see what I'm doing here. And I'm just gonna braid that all the way down. And then once I have it braided, I pull it off of the twine that it's attached to, and I just hot glue that. And I had hot glued the bottom when I was done braiding it as well, just to hold it in place. So that's what it looks like once it's all done. And here are all my strands. And then I'm just gonna cut off the ends at the bottom of each of my braids just to tidy that up a little bit. So once that's ready to go, now if you do this project, you guys, you're gonna wanna paint the pumpkin first. I had every intention of painting my pumpkin first. Here I'm just taking off the stem and that little sucker was stuck. So I ended up using my pliers, I'm pretty sure, no, actually those were my wire cutters that I used instead of pliers. But anyway, I finally got that stem out of there, and I meant to paint this before I started in with my raffia or hula skirt or whatever you want to call this. But I was so excited to get started on it that I just completely had a brain hiccup and dove right in. And I had several of these strands on here when I realized, you wanted to paint that, but yeah, live and learn, right? So if you try this, just make sure you paint the pumpkin first. So I was trying to figure out the best way of doing this. At first I thought, I would just leave all the strands on to see how to set them down once I had them all on, but it just wasn't, they were getting in the way. So I went ahead and trimmed those off. And that was where I realized, you silly, you were supposed to paint this first. I don't know if you saw me pause and look at it for a second. And I was like, well, you know what, let me try and keep going. Maybe I can get it so that the raffia is tight enough next to itself that it won't show with the orange. So yeah, no, I should have quit while I was ahead and gone ahead and painted the pumpkin at that point, because at the point where I finally realized I need to do it, it just became a much bigger challenge. So do yourself a favor and paint the pumpkin first. So as things started tightening up, I was just cutting the braids at a little bit of an angle. And what was neat about the raffia was that it wasn't just unraveling. For the most part, it was staying braided the way that I had set it. So that was very helpful in doing this. I'm just cutting off the ends, tucking them in where they will fit, just kind of lining them up in there and then gluing them down with the hot glue. So here I'm trying to press it all together and I'm taking a look at it and trying to decide, yeah, I was like, nope, I need to paint it. I didn't put you through the torment of watching me paint this thing because I was like moving the little braids around and trying to paint in between. So it's just a much cleaner look having the pumpkin, this nice neutral cream color behind the raffia rather than having that orange peeking out. So I'm just going to keep going around and getting my raffia or hula skirt, whatever you want to call it. I think it's the same material that's used. I think that the hula skirts are made with raffia. I could be mistaken, but it seems like raffia to me. So I just kept going around until I got it all filled in. So now you could leave it like this, and I think this is actually really pretty even just as it is. So I guess I have a couple more strands I'm going to fit in there. But because my inspiration picture had those twigs going around it, I did end up doing some twigs of my own as well. And I don't know, I thought I was kind of clever with how I did that, but give me a second and I'll show you exactly what I did. But like I said, you could leave it like that if you so choose. Oh, and here I'm picking out a stem. So these are from the Dollar Tree. These are the little birch wood stems. I think they are adorable. I love them. I was so excited when I found them at my Dollar Tree. So just securing that on with some hot glue. And again, you could leave it like that, but I decided to use this broomstick that I'd gotten last year. It used to smell like cinnamon, and it's kind of pretty much lost its scent. So I figured I would just pull it apart and use pieces of this to create the twig look that's going around the pumpkin like we saw in the inspiration picture. So now I'm just testing out how bendable or pliable this is, and parts of this are much more pliable than others. So I just had to really play with it, and then trying to figure out how best to attach it. So I was using hot glue, and then ultimately I realized that if I were to push it down into the pumpkin, because this is a carvable pumpkin, so you can see now I'm using a skewer to create a hole in which I can stick the ends of my twigs. It was just helping it to stay that much better. So just using my skewer to create that hole, cutting off, I'm using my wire cutters, my floral wire cutters, to trim off the twigs, and then just tucking that in, and then I do secure it with more hot glue. And I'm just kind of trimming that up because it was kind of sticking out here and there. So I made a really big mess doing this, you guys, but it was fun. So leave me a comment. Would you have left it just with the braids, or do you like it with these extra elements with the twigs? What would you have done? So there you have it.
DIY number 28.
Okay, I have another one of these rub-on transfers, and actually I did these projects in opposite order clearly because I still have the pumpkin spice one there. But I was looking for a piece that I could use as a background kind of backdrop for my Hello Autumn rub-on transfer. And I was thinking about this green, but as I started looking at it like this, I was realizing it was looking a little too busy with having that pattern right smack behind my Hello Autumn. So I ultimately decided that I was going to need some white as a background for it. So you could see I just kind of put a piece of my parchment paper behind it just to get an idea of whether that was going to be the way that I wanted to go direction-wise, and it was. So I grabbed some cardstock out of my stash, and this is a frame that I've used in the past, and the little piece that's in there is something that I created, I want to say it was for Valentine's Day crafting last year. It might have been this year, I don't remember, but I am just going to repurpose it and use it for this, and I can hold on to the Valentine's Day one and swap it out, right? That's the neat thing about creating projects like this. You can update them for each season or holiday, and you can just save the pieces that you've created in the past and pop them back in when the season comes around again. So I'm just looking for something that's round and large enough to help use as a pattern here. So I'm just going to make sure that my decal will fit within that circle that I've drawn. It was a little bit more snug than I had hoped, so I'm going to just cut this out slightly larger than the circle that I had drawn there, and I'll just flip it over and use the back side of it, and that worked out just fine. Now I'm going to trim down my background piece. I had used the insert from the picture frame as my pattern, and now I'm ready to put it all together. Originally, I was going to do the rub-on onto the cardstock, but I was loath to do it because I thought, you know, I could use it for other things later if I don't commit to putting it on the paper. And I realized I could probably just cut this down, leave the film on it, cut it to protect it, right? And cut it down to the size that I need. And then I can always use it later for something else if I so choose. So I'm just gonna trim that down as well. And once I had that done, I'm ready to start piecing this together. I've got my background. I'm gonna drop my little white circle in to help my Hello Autumn pop. And once I had that all nice and lined up, I'm going to just hit that with a little bit of hot glue, just a tiny bit. I don't want there to be a big lump in there. I don't want it to be visible that there's glue there. So I just put a tiny bit in, and then I kind of pressed it down and smoothed it out. Now I'm ready to just pop it right into the frame, and this is going to be done as well. I think it's super cute, but I can't wait to hear what you think.
DIY number 29.
Okay, so for this, I've got 3 of these little wooden pumpkins from the Dollar Tree. They have different sayings on them, and they're fine, but I'm going to use my Dollar Tree sanding block to sand those down. I'm also using some Mod Podge and some paper that I got from the Hobby Lobby. So first I'm going to take care of my little signs and get all of the glitter off with my sanding block. I'm going to do that with all 3 signs. So once that is done, I am going to take my craft paper. These were, I think, originally 69 cents a piece, but they were on sale for 25 cents or 4 for $1. So really great deal. And I'm going to trace my little pumpkin on each of the pieces of paper and get those cut out the way that I want them. So once those were all cut out, I'm going to use my Mod Podge and apply the paper to the surfaces of our little wood signs. And I would recommend giving this a really healthy coat of Mod Podge. I kind of took off more of the Mod Podge than I probably should have. I was wishing that I had left it a little bit thicker coat-wise, but live and learn, right? So hopefully you'll learn from my mistakes, and you can just apply a little bit extra Mod Podge on there. It'll just help secure the paper a little bit better. I ended up with some air bubbles in there, and so it's fine. But I do recommend using a thicker coat. So once I got those on there, I just smoothed them out. I was using my knuckles, and then eventually realized that it would probably be better to use my little burnishing tool from my Cameo, my Silhouette Cameo. So I ended up going back in and smoothing those down better. A credit card would work as well, anything like that. And then I sanded these down on the edges just to help get any overhang off, and it just helped to make it look a little bit more rustic as well, not so perfect. So there you go. And at first I had left those little bows on because I did want them on there, but I just found that they were in the way when I was trying to do what I wanted to do here. So I ended up pulling them off, and then I re-secured them a little bit later. And the neat thing about these, you guys, you can totally do something on the other side. So I did go in and Mod Podge over these. I'm not sure that this was necessary, but I guess I decided it was going to be good to seal these in. So once it was all dry, I went ahead and added my little bows back on with some hot glue. And there you have it.
DIY number 30.
This is my inspiration picture from the Hobby Lobby. It's wooden flowers, but we are going to use some Dollar Tree flowers. I also have a Dollar Tree carvable pumpkin and some wired jute twine. So I'm just going to take my little stem out of the pumpkin and set that aside for a second, and then I'm going to go ahead and take all of my little flowers and I'm going to pull the buds right off of all of my picks. And I didn't have enough of one size flower, so I have a few different ones in complementary colors here. So I started out with hot glue trying to arrange them, and I didn't like the way they were sitting, so I was like, you know what, let me take this skewer and see if I can kind of poke the little buds down into the pumpkin, and that actually worked like a charm. And the neat thing about that is if you start doing it and you don't really care for it, you can pull them out and you're not dealing with hot glue. Now, if I had had enough of those tiny flowers to go all over the pumpkin, I would have done that because I loved the way that that was looking. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough of the little ones in my stash, so I went ahead and I used some larger ones as I worked my way down the pumpkin. And around the bottom, I have these, I think they're chrysanthemums. I think that's what they're called. And I forget what the middle one was called, but I thought this looked so cute. So once I had my pumpkin covered, I am going to grab my little stem again and my wired jute cord. I'm going to secure it down underneath with some hot glue. Once that's nice and cool, so I don't burn myself and it's nice and secure, I'm going to go ahead and start wrapping my jute cord all around my little stem. I'm basically hiding it. And then I stuck my skewer down inside of the top of it because I wanted to extend my stem up higher than the little nubby stem would allow. So I'm just making sure I use hot glue where I need to keep it secure. And I'm going to wrap around that skewer for a little bit. Then I'll trim off the skewer, secure it with some more hot glue there at the top once I have it wrapped to where it needs to be. Just putting a little dab there, twisting it around. And then once it's cool, I went ahead and continued to twist up and around in a way that was going to allow me to kind of manipulate the shape of the stem. I also cut out about half an inch of the wire from within the twine there at the end, just to make it look a little frazzled the way a pumpkin might look once it's been ripped off of the vine. I tucked it right back down inside of there. And so now I have some little green leaves that I had pulled off of one of those picks as well, and I'm going to tuck that down inside. I thought about using the second set of leaf maybe on the little stem, but decided I didn't really like the way that looked. And so we are all done. Isn't she cute? I love this, and I hope you like it too. DIY number 31. So this is my inspiration picture, $48.99 on sale at Wayfair. And we're going to use a Dollar Tree pumpkin, some craft paper, as well as the Waverly chalk paint and elephant. I am going to end up using silver lining as well. And then I have my white Sharpie paint marker. I'm going to start by taking off all of the details on here. I did end up coming in with my heat gun to help loosen up that hot glue that was holding that down, because that little sucker was stuck good. So once I had that heated up, I was able to pop that off. And then I just set it aside for another future project. So once I had that all prepared, I came in and gave a really good coat with the elephant. But as I mentioned, I did decide to use my silver lining because I just felt like this was a little too flat. So here I come with the Waverly chalk paint silver lining with my Dollar Tree chippy brush, and I'm just going to do some dry brushing. So you see me wiping off most of the paint there on the side, and then just coming through and giving our little pumpkin some texture, just going the same direction back and forth across my pumpkin horizontally. So now I have my Java and my oatmeal chalk paint. These are both by Home Decor, which is by Folk Art, and I'm just going to blend those two together until I have my stem the way that I want it. And then once I'm happy with that, I'm going to come in with my white Sharpie paint marker, and I'm going to hand letter my word on here. So I'm going to be doing the faux calligraphy with this. And essentially that means that, first of all, this is not handwriting, you guys. This is hand lettering. This is sped up. So to about, if I recall correctly, about 3 times the speed that I was actually doing this. So just take your time and you can absolutely do this. Practice on a scrap piece of paper a little bit first if you want. But you see I'm coming in and making some of the strokes thicker. Essentially the down strokes, anywhere you would normally draw down on your letter, you're going to make it thicker, and the upstrokes you're going to leave thin. So just think about it when you're writing your letter, how you draw that letter, and where you draw down, again, that's where you're going to come in and make it thicker, and it just provides a faux calligraphy look. And I think it's really very pretty. So there we are. I wrote blessed. The original had blessings on it, but I went with blessed. And so now I'm coming in with those detail lines for some additional pizzazz and really just following the inspiration picture in that regard. Just going back over my lines to make sure that they are as dark as I want them to be. So now I'm coming in with these little maple leaves from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to pick a few out, and I'm just going to be applying them to the top of my pumpkin with some hot glue once I figure out which colors and how I want to have them on there. So I applied those, and then I'm actually just getting some raffia ready for a bow that I'm going to tie around my stem up at the top. So here I go with the hot glue, just applying my little leaves in the pattern that I want. And as I always say, I'm just doing what looks pleasing to my eye.
once I have those on there and situated, I'm going to trace my pumpkin onto my craft paper, flip it over, and I'm just gonna glue this down with some more hot glue. If you don't have a hot glue gun, you could totally use school glue for this. Just takes a little bit more time for it to dry, that's all. So now I am tying my little raffia bow around my stem. I did secure it with some hot glue because the stem tapers, so there was nothing really to secure it in place. And I'm just doing a plain bow, trimming off my ends and fluffing it up a little bit. Isn't it cute? I was pleased with how this came out. So I did take a little soda pop tab, and I'm going to add that to the back to use as a little hanger and just gluing that down with my hot glue. And that's it.
DIY number 32. So I am starting out with one of these Dollar Tree 3D wreath forms, and I had already put it together. I used it in another project a few videos ago that I decided I was going to take apart. I did remove that little gadget with all the little feet on it that helps hold the form in place. You can see that I still have it at the bottom here, but I decided to replace one end, the top end actually, with some twine just to give it a little bit more stability. I just wanted to make sure that it was going to be nice and solid and tight, and I went ahead and used some hot glue there just to make sure my knot wasn't going to come undone. So I'm showing some floral foam that I tucked in at the bottom in that little doodad that sticks up that holds the wreath form together, and I'm setting it just on this little wire bowl to help keep it from rolling around as I work with it. The greenery that I have here is from Walmart. I believe it was $2 a stem, so $1.99. And as you can see, true to form, I have cut it all apart so that I can use the individual little pieces. I'm tucking it in and around the base there. Now, it occurred to me as I was doing this that I probably should have put the lights on first. So word to the wise, after you put in the floral foam, you might want to go ahead and add your lights in. That way you're not having to contend with all of the little greenery. So I am just taking my light strands, these are also from the Dollar Tree, and I am wrapping them around my wreath form. So you can see one strand of lights, these are 3 feet long, and one strand will go completely around the circumference of one of these parts of the wreath. Now I only had 3 of them, but there are 4 circles to this wreath form, so I ended up using another type of light that I just picked up recently from the Dollar Tree, and it's got little fall leaves on it. And I'm tucking in some of my Dollar Tree pumpkins. I thought I would try these little orange ones. They were too shiny compared to the other ones I had. So I tucked in that other little one, and this made me so happy. I have this other pick from the Hobby Lobby that I had in my stash. I think it was $2.99 originally, but I tend to always get my Hobby Lobby stuff when it's on sale at least 40% off. So I am ripping this one apart too into little pieces, and I'm tucking it in and around just where it looks pleasing to my eye. And you could use any types of greenery with this. You could use any types of pumpkins. You could use not pumpkins. You could use just other types of florals if you'd like. Whatever is going to make your heart happy. I started to use that chain that my sister had given to me from a chandelier she took down, and then decided I was going to use the Dollar Tree little hook thing. This is for a plant hanger, I believe. So one of those little plant hanging baskets, and I'm just hooking it right on to my 3D wreath, and it is good to go. DIY number 33. All right, these are ironically some remnants. I don't know how I ended up with 2 remnants of this wired jute cord from the Dollar Tree. I clearly have used some of both of these packages, and randomly they ended up being exactly the same length that I had left. It might have been off by like an inch. Right here, I'm just trying to figure out if I've got enough for my project. Spoiler alert, I did. But I'm just trying to see how long they are, if they compare. And look at how close they are. I don't know how I managed to do that, but I am going to have to try and save the fraying on the ends there in order to make sure that I've got enough length. So what I'm going to be doing is, first of all, I'm going to cut this in half, actually each of these in half, because I need 4 lengths. I did not measure them. If I had to guess, I would say they're probably a good 16 inches each, but that's honestly a guess. Maybe it's more like 18 inches. But I tend to be visual, you guys. I do everything by sight, well, not everything. I do measure some things, but it's not my strong suit. I tend to be more visual. But to save those ends, and even the ends that weren't yet fraying, I'm adding a little bit of hot glue. Please be careful not to burn yourself. I know you guys yell at me sometimes because I'm always using my bare fingers with the hot glue. Just be very, very careful. But I'm going to twist this end back up around that wire. I'm going to trim off some of that metal that was kind of sticking out. A little bit of hot glue. As you can see, I'm kind of cooling it off. This is sped up. I didn't go right in on it. And I did test it. It was still a little warm, so I was fanning it again. But essentially, I was applying some hot glue, waiting for it to cool a little bit, and then helping to twist that end up to secure it and make sure that it wasn't going to unravel. And now I'm taking my 4 strands, I'm getting them all lined up, and I'm going to bend them in half again. When I find the middle, I'm going to twist it a couple of times. It just occurred to me in watching this that I probably could have used a tiny piece of additional wire to secure the middle rather than twisting it up like that, because I did end up creating a little bit of a gap at the bottom. I don't think you can tell with the finished product, so I think either way would be fine, but that's another option for you. So now I have a whole bunch of wooden beads that I've had in my stash. These were picked up I picked them up on Amazon a while back, and I've been using them for a number of different projects. And I am just going to thread them onto the jute cords. Some of these are a little bit thicker than others, and with some of my beads I also found that there was the holes that were drilled through weren't completely cleared, so you're going to see me in just a second realizing that there's some just wood fragments in there that I cleared out with that same little skewer tip that I had used before. So I'm just going to thread these smaller wooden beads down on to my my jute cord strands. And you can use whatever size beads you want. I just opted to do it in this particular pattern. I'm doing 2 of these smaller beads, and then I'm going to come in with a larger bead, and then I'm going to alternate that pattern. So you'll be able to see here as I speed through it a little bit more. So you can see I've got 2 of the smaller beads on each of my 8 strands, right? Because I had 4 that I twisted in the middle to create a total of 8. Hopefully that's making sense. Now I'm coming down with my larger beads, and then I will apply or thread on another 2 of the smaller beads, and I'll just continue that pattern on up until I get to the place where I want to stop. I'm going to leave, I would say maybe 2.5 inches of the jute cord at the end. So I'm going to thread it all the way up to that point here. And then you're going to see in a second, I'm going to start bringing these all together at the top. And I'm going to attempt with all 8 at once to twist them together. While I was able to do that, I was not able to do it to the extent or tightness, I should say, that I wanted to. I felt like some of the little stems, so to speak, were kind of not all the way engaged. So it wasn't looking the way that I wanted it to. So I ended up starting to pull out some of the ones that weren't fully engaged. You're going to see me doing that in just a second. I'm still trying to manipulate it here. But I did find that if I did a couple of them at a time and just one by one started wrapping them around the stem that I'd created here, I'm starting to pull them out, you can see. I found that it worked better if I did them like one at a time. So I started with 2. Here, I'm kind of pulling it all apart now. You shall see. All right, so now I'm going to start with 2. I'm going to twist them together really well, and then I'm just going to start adding them in. I'm trying to go opposite So, and yeah, well, that was my intent, and then I ended up not going completely opposite. But just trying to make sure that I'm keeping them all lined up, so not crossing them over at the base. I want them all to come up individually and have their own space. Hopefully I'm explaining this properly, but you'll see what I'm saying, I think. But once I had them all twisted together, it was much tighter at the top. There wasn't a lot of a gap with the jute cord, and I was much happier with the way that it was working out. And I was amazed that this stood up on its own the way that it did. I really was prepared for it to be a little bit more floppy, and I was thinking I might need to put some kind of a center support in it, but I honestly didn't. And as you saw, I just added a little bit more hot glue to the very top of the stem that I've created, just to help provide it with a little bit more stability, to ensure that it's not going to unravel on me, and then also just to make sure that those little pointy ends, oh my goodness, the pointy ends from the wire jute weren't sticking out and going to hurt anyone. Oh boy. So now I am just gluing down some leftover greenery that I had to create leaves, and I thought it'd be fun to put a little one of these leaves in here to kind of decorate the top of my pumpkin. I suppose this could also be considered an apple, if that's what you want to call it. I did think about painting the beads, but I love it just like this. Let me know what you think. DIY number 34. So I have a scrap piece of wood from my stash, one of the little wooden blocks. That one I think is from a pack from Hobby Lobby. They also have them at Dollar Tree that are a little bit larger. And now I am just pulling out some scrap pieces of paint sticks from my stash that I wanted in 3 different lengths. And I'm pulling out also a piece of little birch wood that I'd gotten from the Hobby Lobby, from the Dollar Tree, and I had a little piece of a tumbling tower block. This is my pumpkin chalk paint by Home Decor. I'm just painting everything with my orange chalk paint. This is going to be a very minimalist set of little pumpkins, you guys. I decided I just wanted some extra little pieces that were relatively neutral, for lack of a better term, that I could include on my tiered tray. I really wanted my decals to take front and center, and so I didn't want a ton of extra little signs and things. You could certainly embellish these however you want. Mine are going to be super minimalistic. So my little paint sticks, I am doing in a stacked manner. You saw me kind of offsetting them because I want these to be able to stand up on their own. So I figured if I did all 3 kind of offset with each other, they would have a better chance of being able to do that. So I just used my hot glue there, and now I have this twig that I had left over from a twig broom that I had pulled apart last year, and I am just creating some extra little stems for these tall skinny pumpkins. I had cut off a nice clean edge for the edge I was going to glue down, and then I broke off the stem for the part that's going to look like it was picked out of the garden, and I did the same thing for all 3 of those little pumpkins, and then I just glued them down with my hot glue. And so once I had that all set, I went back to my little grass skirt and I grabbed some more of what I'm going to call raffia. I don't know, is that really raffia? I don't know. Leave me a comment and let me know if that actually is what raffia is, or if it's something completely different. I'm calling it raffia, but I went ahead and just tied a sweet little bow, and I'm gonna clip off my ends, and that's it for those little guys. I did decide to come back in on my 2 original block pumpkins, and I'm gonna give it some greenery. So I'm just cutting down some little leaves that I had, and I'm going to attach those there. Now, I decided they really weren't the right shape, and I wanted to make them look a little bit more like they belonged on a pumpkin. So I went ahead and cut them the way that I wanted them. Would be much easier to do this before you glue them on, just saying, and live and learn. That's what I did for the next little pumpkin. So I cut it into the shape that I wanted, and then I went ahead and glued it down. So this is some wired twine from the Dollar Tree that I had left over in my stash. I'm just gluing with a teeny little bit of hot glue to each of the ends so that it doesn't unravel. And then once I had all my little strands done, I'm using a little dowel, wrapping them around the dowel, loosening it up a teeny little bit to make it look the way that I want it. And then I'm gluing down my little squigglies for my little pumpkins. And I did the same thing for the other one. And this doesn't have to be perfect. It can be like random with the way that the squiggles are, because if you think about it in nature, it's going to be extremely random and they're going to stick in different directions and do their own things. So again, whatever makes you happy. DIY number 35. So for this project, I have the Waverly Chalk Paint and Pool, the same in Ocean, and then I have my Home Decor White Adirondack and a whole bunch of pumpkins from the Dollar Tree. Now you can see here, I have them all divided out in groups of 3, and I am giving them 2 good coats of chalk paint. So I'm starting out with the pool, and then I'm going to move on to the ocean. And then once I have those done, I am going to go ahead and try to come up with a mid-range color by mixing those 2 together. So I've got my pool I'm putting in there, and then my ocean, and then whoops, I got a little too much ocean on my tree. But I just went with it, and I blended in just part of that chalk paint. And I ended up using the other for my second coat on the dark blue. So it all worked out. But once I had that all done, I went ahead and did the same thing with the pool and the white to try to lighten that. Lighten that up a little bit so that I would have a lighter shade of that, because I'm kind of trying to go with an ombre sort of effect, if you will, with my pumpkins that will be displayed together. And then I just came in with my brushed metal. This is by Folk Art, and I painted up all these little stems. So cute. DIY number 36. So I'm using a Hippo product again. This is sponsored by Hippo, so many thanks to them. And this is the water slide paper. Now you might have seen me use this before. I think this is really cool. I really enjoy working with it. There are, I believe it's 20 sheets in this pack as well. So 20 sheets of the transfer paper and then 20 sheets of the water decal paper. And water slide, decal paper. And I find it very easy to use, and the instructions are extremely clear. They even have pictures on the back there. Now I'm using a Dollar Tree. There's my image all printed out. This is actually A4 size paper, just to be aware. But I'm using my Dollar Tree heat burner covers, and I thought about using the bigger one. And if I had to do it again, I probably would create my image on 2 sheets and make it larger and put it on the bigger one. But I'm going to use a smaller one because of the size that I made this. And as I showed you my Adirondack white chalk paint, I'm going to give that, I think I ended up giving it 3 coats. And then while it was drying, I went ahead and cut this out. Now I completely skipped a crucial step. I left this in to show you why it's so crucial, and then I'll show you how I fixed it. So I went ahead and put it in the water. And I had not sealed my image. It's really important, and it says it right there in the instructions, and I've done this before, so I knew I was supposed to do it, and I completely forgot, but I put it in the water without sealing it, and it immediately started to bleed. I don't know if you can see there how fuzzy my image is, but yeah, so I printed it out again. You can see all the paint coming off of it there. You can see it now. You can see what a mess I made. You got to make sure you seal it. So I'm using this matte finish polyurethane spray by Aleene's. I went ahead and sprayed my cover also just to seal in that chalk paint. I figured couldn't hurt because we're going to be using water on top of it, and I didn't want the paint to be compromised. So you spray it 3 separate times, waiting at least a half hour between sprays. And then once it's completely dry again, you can go ahead and put it in your water, and you can see this time my image is holding, no issues, no muss. You can see I'm sticking my fingers all over it and it's completely fine, no bleeding at all. So you want it to soak for 30 to 60 seconds. I did time lapse this. And once it's ready, you go ahead and place the whole thing on your surface with a little bit of water underneath your surface. And you hold onto the top of the decal with your fingers lightly, and you slide that paper out from underneath. And voila, so cool. And then you just wipe out the water. I'm going to slow this down for you so you can see how I actually am being gentle. It looked like I was being really rough with it because I had it sped up like 3 times. But this is actual speed now. So you can see I'm actually being very delicate with my paper towel, just kind of helping the water to squeegee out from under the decal, for lack of a better term. Now, once it was all dry, I came in with my black chalk paint, and I am just bumping it a little bit with my paper towel, the same paper towel I used before. I'm just giving it that enamel look. So it's like it's just gotten kind of dinged up over time, giving it a little bit of a distress here. And I think this turned out super cute, but you'll have to leave me a comment and let me know what you think. DIY number 37.
So for this one, using my sheepskin chalk paint again, I have a few pumpkins from the Dollar Tree, different shapes and sizes. Then I also have a Thrifted, I don't know what this was, it might have been a candle holder, I'm not sure, maybe based to a hurricane. And then a Dollar Tree little vase, and some scraps from some paint sticks that I had cut before. And then I'm going to be using some Dollar Tree picks, floral picks. So I'm just setting in the little scrap pieces of paint sticks because I wanted to have a solid base for that little glass vase to sit on. It fits in this base piece, but not quite as solidly as I wanted. So I just wanted to have a real nice solid base for it to sit on so it wasn't going to move at all. So I'm gonna go ahead and paint my Dollar Tree pumpkin. This is the carvable pumpkin. Painting that with the sheepskin. And I think I gave this 2 coats of chalk paint, if I'm not mistaken. Just wanted to have a nice solid coverage on it. Of course, I used my heat gun in between because, again, no patience. I did set it aside to let it dry and then went ahead and painted one of the other pumpkins. Now I'm going to be using my pumpkin chalk paint, and of course I just painted the other 2 pumpkins cream, and now I'm painting the cream pumpkin orange. Yeah, it's just the way that I wanted everything, and I wanted these in a certain order, so it's just the way things work sometimes. Using my hot gun, heat gun. So I had secured my little vase to my base. I think I missed showing you that, but I just secured it with a lot of hot glue. And now I'm coming in and painting it with the Java chalk paint, which is like a nice rich chocolate brown color. Looking at that is making me want a piece of chocolate. So coming in and just making sure that that's nice and covered, and there it is once I have both coats of chalk paint on there. So now I'm going to take my pumpkins, everything is now dry, And what's nice about those ceramic pumpkins is they've got holes in the bottoms of them. So I did get this idea from Olivia's Romantic Home. She has a fantastic channel. If you have not already checked her out, I highly recommend it. So I am using a skewer to help put my pumpkin in there. I've got the floral foam down in the bottom, and then I will just drop my pumpkin in there with the skewer just to get it solid in there. I did not secure the floral foam. I just chose not to. I'm not really sure why I chose not to. Maybe I was thinking I might be able to use the base for another season at some point. I'm not really sure, but I didn't. So now I'm coming in with all of my Dollar Tree picks. I am cutting them down into pieces because I find them easier to work with that way, and I can kind of place them a little bit more the way that I want them by doing that. You will see every single time practically that I use any kind of a pick, whether it be from Dollar Tree, from the Hobby Lobby, whatever, I'm always pulling these things apart, you guys. It is rare that I use it in its original form all in one piece. Maybe if I'm doing a flower arrangement in a vase, then maybe I would use the pick in its entirety without pulling it apart, but generally when crafting, I'm pulling those puppies apart and just placing them in the way that I want them. Again, this is not difficult. Anybody can do this. I'm literally just tucking these in under the pumpkin and into the floral foam that's sitting in our base. And I'm just going around and tucking things in that are pleasing to my eye. So now I'm taking my second pumpkin and I'm using some hot glue. I'm sorry it's out of frame. And just securing that, putting the little hole over the stem and doing that again with that third pumpkin. And there we've got our little topiary. So I decided I wanted to just have a little bow around the base. I'm sorry, you can't really see what I'm doing, but I literally just wrapped it around the base and tied a bow and just secured it a little bit with some hot glue. So there you can see it. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 38. The Dollar Tree calendars are in, you guys. They have a whole new set of calendars, and I am going to be using the Thankful sheet out of here. You can see they've got a ton of cute little images, and then I'm also using one of these wood rounds. This is from a pack of 3 from the Hobby Lobby. I want to say it was $4.99. I think that's what it was, but I thought it was a really great deal. So I am using my wood glue. I'm just going to squeeze a whole bunch of it out, and then I'm going to use a paintbrush and just spread that out completely evenly all over my wood. You probably could use Mod Podge for this because it was wood, and I figure paper is made from wood. I figured I would use my wood glue, and it worked out really quite well. So I'm using my little squeegee from my friends at Plaid. They sent that to me, as well as my little roller thing that they sent to me to use with my Mod Podge. This is the first time I got to use it. I thought it was really great. And so now I am just coming in with my Dollar Tree sanding block and sanding off the edges to get any excess off of there. I have my Kirkland ribbon from last year that I've pulled out. I love this. I think it's so pretty. Check out your wholesale club for ribbon as we start getting into fall, you guys, because they have the best prices on ribbon, in my opinion. And now I've also dug into my Dollar Tree ribbon stash, and I've picked out a gold ribbon that I am hoping to just pull tight along the edge, which is going to allow it to lay nice and flat along our piece here. So I'm adding glue to the edge of the wood round, and then I'm just going to pull that really tight as I can, and so it stretches the middle and allows the edges of the ribbon to lay flat. So that I'm going to go ahead and trim it off, tuck it under, and glue that down. So now I am just adding some of these cute little flowers. These are also from the Dollar Tree. as per usual, I have cut them apart again. So I'm just trying to line them up in a way that is pleasing to me. And I'm going to come back in and secure them all with hot glue around the top of our little picture, if you will. So gluing those all down. And once I have those all in place, I am grabbing my gold ribbon again that I used to edge our wood round, and I am making a large floppy bow. And I think I had 3 or 4 loops on each side. I'm trying to remember. I think it was 4. So I'm tying it off in the middle, and once I had that all done, I'm going to just make sure it's pulled apart the way I need it. And I'm going to secure it with some hot glue. And actually, it looks like I had 3 loops on either side. Just 3. Yep. And now I'm coming back in with my Kirkland ribbon with all those pretty, pretty leaves. And I am just doing a regular loop bow. So it's just a loop that I'm securing in the middle with some hot glue with another little piece of the ribbon. And then I'm going to secure that right on top of that big floppy bow that I had created. I set it down while I still had some hot glue on it, and then just added a little bit more hot glue to make sure that it was nice and secure. I love this. I think it's so cute. So now I'm taking one more little piece of my gold ribbon. I'm going to use it to create a hanger. I just kind of folded it in half and laid the edges flat. And I've got one more little piece that I'm going to help use to secure it, but also to hide those edges. Just kind of creating a loop with it and making sure that it goes laying down flat. And I'll add in a little bit more hot glue in there just to make sure that everything is nice and secure. And that's it, you guys. Let me know what you think.
DIY number 39.
This is the final Hobby Lobby inspiration picture. I just thought it was so cute. It's like a little ornament, I think, but we're gonna make it like a bigger size. So I have some scrap fabric from the Dollar Tree from another project. I had some buffalo check ribbon. This is a little cutting board from the Dollar Tree. I'm taking some parchment paper. This is what I tend to use to paint on, but I'm gonna create patterns. So I have my pen, and I'm just trying to get an idea of the size of these little pumpkins that I want to have on the top of my little cutting board. So just getting those, and this is just freehand. If you don't trust yourself to freehand, you can get a stencil, you can find a picture and trace a picture, whatever works for you. I just decided to do it freehand. Then I went ahead and, as you saw, I cut out my little patterns, and then I traced around my patterns on the back of my fabric, and I cut those out. Now I'm just using some satin Mod Podge to secure my little fabric pumpkins down. I secured it from the back, and then I did go over the top of it just to make sure that it was nice and sealed in there and it wasn't going to go anywhere. And I did that with all 3 of my little pumpkins, just like in the inspiration picture. Now I'm going to use my pencil again, and I'm starting in the middle with my words to try to get this as centered as possible. And I'm just going to draw in my pencil lines with my lettering, and then I'll come back over it with my paint marker. Thought I was going to be a paint marker. You'll see what I actually end up using. So here's my Arteza paint marker. Now this cutting board has a little bit of a texture to it, and so it's kind of, for lack of a better term, bleeding a little bit. Remember, this is paint, right? So I was like, you know what, let me try a black Sharpie and see if that does a better job on this, because of that permanent marker, it's different than paint, right? So, and I did, I liked the way that that was giving me a nice sharp line. It wasn't quite as rich as far as the depth of that black. So if you don't mind a little bit of it looking like it's bleeding and you want that depth of the black, then the Arteza acrylic paint marker is going to do a good job for you. I opted to go with the Sharpie because I wanted really crisp lines. That was my goal. And that was also the reason I didn't try stenciling on this, because I knew with that texture on the board, I was just going to have bleeds everywhere. So There we are with all of the lettering, and now I'm just coming in with some hot glue. I do have a piece of parchment paper under this because the hot glue does not stick to the parchment paper. So if you're ever trying to do a project and you want to be able to keep it flat on a surface, to have it kind of butt up against the back of something, parchment paper is a really great thing to use. So just used my hot glue all the way around to attach my jute twine, and then I'm going to make my cute little bow with my buffalo check ribbon around the top there, and just going to make sure that I've got that bow all nice and lined up, tighten that up, and then I will trim off the ends at an angle, make them real cute. Trimmed off that one a little bit more. And now I'm going to make a hanger for it. So just going to cut, that was probably a 16-inch length that I doubled over and knotted. I'm going to flip it through and then flip it through itself. And got it. I love this, and I hope you do too.
DIY number 40.
So for this I have a Dollar Tree floor mat and some stencils that I cut off of my Silhouette Cameo, and now I have them all situated on my floor mat and ready to start with the paint. So I'm coming in with, I think this was the Oatmeal. I'm pretty sure it was Oatmeal by Folk Art. It's the Home Decor chalk paint by Folk Art. And I was a little nervous when I first started painting this, you guys, because I didn't know if it was going to bleed. I didn't know if the paint was going to work on this because it is so nappy, but it was awesome. Look at the sharp edges on these letters. I was so happy with it. This mat really took some paint, you know, and I shouldn't be surprised because it is a floor mat. It's meant to be absorbent, right? But it really was very easy to work with. I was shocked, really, at how easy it was to work with this. So I came in with my different paint colors. Here I'm showing you the fern that I came in with, and it unfortunately wasn't dark enough. So I was trying to figure out what I was going to do because, of course, now I've pulled off my stencil. So I knew that I wanted to fill in my pumpkin with the orange, and as I'm painting it, I'm realizing it's really easy to keep control over where you're putting your paint on this. So I figured, okay, well, I've had a good time painting the pumpkin. I'm going to try it just going over my lines with my Irish chalk paint, and it was so super easy, you guys. I highly encourage you to try this. It was really an easy project in the end, and you can use whatever stencil you have. And here it is all finished.
DIY number 41.
So I am going to be using this heat transfer paper from Hippo. It is for dark fabric, and I have all of the instructions here on the back. I did notice, though, it says to print on the shiny side, but the shiny side actually has that blue grid on it, so you want to make sure that you are printing on the white side. Took me a little bit to figure it out. I guess I am just a little slower, at least I was that night, but I'm going to be using that as well as this fabric I've had in my stash. My mom had given this to me a while back. And so here are my heat transfers all printed out. This is 8.5 by 11, and it just prints right off of your inkjet printer. So I created these designs in Canva. If you're not familiar with Canva, it's a free software, and this is not an product placement. It's just something that's out there that I thought I would share because I use it all the time and I absolutely love it. But it's just called Canva, and I like to refer to it as graphic design for dummies because it's so easy and fun to use. So if you're looking for something along those lines, you might want to check it out. But I'm just cutting out my design. I'm using my little X-Acto knife to get slits in there so I can come in with my little detail scissors to get out some of the other white, because anything you leave behind from that white border is going to show up on your project. And so I'm just cutting out my words as well. And for the fall, I wanted to, and meaning the word fall, not the season, but I wanted to try to keep these letters together. So I kind of was doing them as being underlined, but I wasn't really keen on that because you can see my F actually is looking more like an E now. So I did go back and I fixed that in a little bit, and I'll show you what I did. So I am just measuring out my fabric. I ended up making it, I believe it was 17 inches wide by 14 inches tall. And I am just folding it over and then cutting along that fold. Now this was also doubled, so you can see I've got my fabric doubled. So it was 14 by 17 when doubled. And I'm going to be using that folded edge as the top of my pillow. So I have my little heat press pad underneath. I'm going to be using my mini easy press for this, but you can use an iron, you can use a heat press. There are instructions on the paper for both. And I do have a link in the description box for this with a discount code if that is of interest to you. But I am now arranging everything here on my fabric, and then I'm going to go ahead and peel the backing up off of the backing paper. So it's kind of like a thin vinyl, so you just want to be careful with it. It looks like I'm being much more rough with it than I am because this is sped up by about 3 times. So just take your time and be gentle with it. I decided I was going to do the pumpkin first, and I am just placing, I believe they called it grease-free paper. It's like a parchment paper, and it's just to protect the image while you iron it. And it says to iron it in a circular motion for about 2 minutes. So that is what I did. I think I wasn't actually timing myself. I think I did a little too long, and so I would be careful to make sure that you don't iron it for too long because you might get some of that image to start peeling up on your paper. So that was operator error because I was just wanting to make sure that it was really adhered. Now these little letters, they were very thin, and so obviously I had to kind of play with them. If you have something like the pumpkin where it's a solid image, it's much easier to manipulate, but I just went ahead and put it on my grease-free paper. And then I slid it onto my image once I had it about where I wanted it. Just got that straightened up again. And now I'm laying out my fall. So once I had my letters all arranged where I wanted them, I definitely was not liking that underline thing. So I decided I was going to hold them down and I was going to clip out the little pieces that I didn't want in there. And it actually worked fine. So if I had another word that I were going to be putting down and I wanted to try and keep my letters spaced properly, I probably would actually do that again. It was a neat little hack that was completely accidental, but I was happy with it. So now I don't know if I pressed this a little too long also. Those were supposed to be like light gray, and I got some bleed of the green through it, but I actually did like the way that it turned out. It gave kind of this funky, cool ombre effect with my letters that I actually really liked. But just again, be aware that you don't want to over iron or over press it when you're working with lighter colors on a darker fabric, I would just say. So now I'm coming in with my glue gun to seal up the edges on my little pillow because I still have not fixed the tension on my sewing machine. One of these days you will see me sew and you're going to fall over and wonder what on earth happened that I actually got it fixed. But I sealed up the 2 sides, and now I'm sealing up 2/3 of the bottom. I'm leaving the middle section open, the middle third open, and once it was cool, I went ahead and flipped it right side out, making sure that I'm getting my corners all pushed out, and again, just taking my time so I don't end up ripping open the hot glue. I did notice there were a couple of little places that didn't quite catch with the hot glue. I probably wasn't working fast enough, so I just went back in and touched those up. Easy peasy, no problem. And then once that was cool, I went ahead and I used my fiber fill to stuff my little pillow. And I like leaving the middle of the bottom of the pillow open, so that way I can get all of that fiber fill into every single corner, and so I don't end up with a corner that's a little bit wonky. So once I had that all nice and stuffed, I'm just going to go ahead, tuck in that fiber fill away from the edge, and then seal that up with my hot glue by putting that in there and just kind of pinching it and pulling it together. And just adding a little bit more in there for a portion of it that I hadn't hit with the hot glue, and just sealing that up. And it's all done, and I think this is just so cute, and you can put any image that you want on any fabric. It's awesome.
DIY number 42.
All right, these are some pumpkins that I'm going to be using. I'm just actually going to use one of them from the Dollar Tree. That little billboard sign, I don't know, easel sign, is also from the Dollar Tree, but I'm going to cut this little pumpkin in half just using my X-Acto knife and trying to make it as even as possible because I need the backing of the pumpkin to have a pretty straight edge on it. So popping that apart, and then just to make sure that it's as flat as possible, I'm going to rub it on sandpaper, just making sure that it's going to lay flat on my little sign because I'm going to be adhering it to the middle of my sign here. And then I have some Arteza paint markers. I'm going to be using these to just hand letter on my sign. So just going to take my time. And remember that this is sped up about 2.5 times. So I actually am going much slower than what you're seeing here on screen. Just taking my time and trying to think about how I want the letters to flow, adding some embellishments there. I'm gonna position my little pumpkin on there again so I can see where I want to put the other words. And I've got Hello Pumpkin that I'm writing on here in a couple of different fonts. And you can do this however you would like. You can hand letter it. If you have a vinyl cutter, you could certainly do that. You could use stencils. You could use rub-on transfers. So I happen to be using my chalk paint markers. And just going to go back over it and thicken out some of those letters. I'm going to do a little bit of a faux calligraphy on the top. And then I'm not sure what you would call that other font down at the bottom, but I just thought it was kind of fun to do something that was kind of a little, it's a little wonky. It's not like a perfect font, the one that I wrote for the pumpkin. But I did, as I was doing this, so I'm going to use a little hot glue here and adhere my pumpkin down, but I was looking at it and I just felt like it was a little dark, the word pumpkin. So I guess I am going to do something more with that before I did that. I did come back in with some more of that a garland, ribbon, leaf thing, whatever it is. I took a little piece of it and I was thinking of the little tendrils that come off of the pumpkin, and I just figured I would add a little bit of that to this. So just gluing that down with some hot glue, and then I am going to come in with another color and go around pumpkin in just a moment here, just to kind of brighten it up. So the top color, I believe, was like a Kelly green color. The bottom, it was like a mustard, and now I am using, I think it's lemon yellow. I'm not 100% sure. But again, just use your imagination. Do what makes your eyes happy. Crafting is all about doing what makes you happy, right? We all do it because we love it. And so enjoy the journey, enjoy the process. And hey, if you end up doing something and you're not crazy about it, it's only paint and you can always wipe it away or paint over it. So I just thought that this brightened it up quite a bit though. And I think it's adorable, but let me know what you think.
DIY number 43.
So I have this sweater that I absolutely love, but I managed to get stains on the elbows. Goodness only knows what I leaned into, but it was on both elbows and I could not get it out. So we're gonna DIY with it. I am just cutting the sweater along the seams because I wanted to have a nice flat area that I could work with. So I'm gonna tuck those other little pieces away for future DIYs. But now I am taking the piece that I cut out and I am folding it up, folded it in quarters, just trying to get it all nice and flat. I am keeping the shorter edges on the outside so that I can see where they are, so that when I cut this in a second, I won't end up, you know, having a really weird shape. So I'm cutting it kind of at a little bit of a curve to attempt a circle. It does not need to be perfect. It is not perfect, and that's okay, but we've got a general round shape here. So I have these needles that I picked up at Joann's a while back. They were called doll needles, so it's got a nice large eye for the needle, and then the needle itself is about 4 inches long. So that was going to work out really well for what I'm trying to do here. I am using some of this twine that I had picked up at Habitat for Humanity. It's a little thicker than what I need, so I'm just pulling it apart. I wanted something that was going to be nice and strong because in the past when I have worked on projects like this, my thread has not been strong enough and it ended up snapping on me. So I am trying to save myself the pain and trying to decide if I'm coming in from the inside or the outside. I ultimately decided on coming in from the inside because that's where ultimately I want my knot to be so that I can tuck my ends in and hide them. This is super easy, even if you are not a sewer. It's just a simple in and out and in and out. I've got this sped up about 3 times, you guys, so do not let it intimidate you if you are not a sewer. This is something anybody can do. So I'm just kind of gathering it up on my needle. You don't have to do that. I just had the length of the needle and I figured it would be faster to do it this way. So once my needle was all full, then I would just pull off the knitting or the fabric, whatever you want to call this, and slide my twine through so you can see the stitch work that's happening there. And that will not show later, that will be completely hidden. So I am going to do that all the way around the perimeter of my circle, and then I am going to kind of straighten out my ends, if you will. So I tied a knot in the end of that tail, and I'm just kind of evening everything out. I want 2 tails, so I'm pulling out that beginning end. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm just going to go ahead and stuff this with fiberfill. I like to kind of floof up my fiberfill before I stuff things, so that's what I was doing there. And then once I get it to the level that I want, I'm going to pull my strings tight and go ahead and I'm going to tie those off. And you might need to just kind of help the fabric slide further down on the twine or the thread that you're using, because sometimes it just kind of gets a little jammed up when it gets super thick like that. So tying it off in a knot and tucking my ends into the inside of my little pumpkin. So it doesn't quite look like a pumpkin yet, but we'll get there. So I'm taking some of that twine that I had cut off before, and I'm taking another single layer of it and putting a really large knot in the end of that because I want to make sure it is not going to pull through my fabric when I do this. So, because I'm going to be pulling on it quite a bit. So I stuck my needle straight down through and pulled it around and then went back through again, and now I'm pulling tight. So you see how I did that? And then I'm going to do it again on the opposite side and stick it right down through. And every time I go back down through the center, I am going right next to where I've been working, but I am not going back through the same hole because especially with that first hole that I made, I don't want to enlarge it to the point where my knot ends up being able to slip through. So I'm working in that same general little 1/4 inch area, but I'm making a new hole every time I go through. I don't know if what I'm saying is, I don't know if what I did would make a difference or not, but it made me feel better about what I was doing and that it was going to be a little bit more secure. Now, I had run out of my length of twine, so I had added on some more, and I'm just going to keep sectioning this off until I have 6 sections. And it was right about here that my memory card on my camera ran out of memory, and I did not realize it, and so I didn't know that it didn't continue to record. So at least you can see here my sections, and then I will show you in a second how I finished it. So this is the finished product. So I've got a couple of shells that I pulled out of this pack from Dollar Tree, and then I had these little birch wood pieces also from the Dollar Tree in my stash, and then I used a little bit more twine. So I just used hot glue and tucked that little birch stem down inside that opening hole. Sorry, I'm a little off screen there. And then I hot glued some of the shells there to serve as our little leaves. And then I made just a regular tie your shoe bow. Now I'm showing you the bottom just so you can see how nice and neat it was. I did consider using the bottom as my top, but ultimately decided that I wanted to do it this way. But you can do it however you choose and with whatever colors you choose and whatever embellishments. I hope this gives you a little bit of inspiration.
Okay, everybody, that's it for today. If you enjoyed the project, remember to give me a big thumbs up, leave me a comment, let me know which one was your favorite, and until the next time, be well, be kind, and make it a great day. Thanks so much for watching. Take good care. Bye.